Every busy mind you see in the daylight hides a tired mind at night. When the phone goes quiet, when the room stops moving, when you finally sit with yourself, your thoughts don't stop. They get louder. The same worries return. The same conversations replay. The same fears tap you on the shoulder like they've been waiting all day. And suddenly you realize something painful. Your body can lie down, but your mind doesn't know how. Most people were never taught how to be still. We were trained to stay alert, stay productive, stay ready, to fix everything, to think harder, to plan more, to control what cannot be controlled. So your mind became a worker that never clocks out. Even in peace, it searches for danger. Even in silence, it creates noise. Not because you're broken, but because you've been carrying life with a clenched mind for too long. The Stoics understood this struggle. They knew the mind can become a storm when it believes every thought is true. They believed peace begins the moment you stop obeying the voice in your head. Not by forcing silence, but by learning how to watch your thoughts without chasing them, to breathe without bargaining, to sit without solving, to let the mind settle the way muddy water settles when you stop shaking the cup. Tonight, that is what this is for. 4 hours to slow the inner rush, 4 hours to loosen the tightness behind your eyes, 4 hours to step out of mental overdrive and return to something steady. Not to escape your life, but to come back to it with a quieter mind, a calmer heart, and the kind of clarity that only silence can teach. And as the silence begins to settle, something unusual happens. You start to notice that the loudest noise was never outside. It was the voice inside, always explaining, judging, comparing, rehearsing, predicting. Even now, it tries to fill the quiet with commentary, as if stillness is something dangerous. This is where the real work begins, not by forcing the mind to stop, but by gently removing its habit of narrating every second of your life. There is a strange comfort in constantly talking to yourself, even when that voice is the source of your exhaustion. It comments on what you should have said, what you should say next, how you look, how others see you, whether you're doing life correctly. It turns simple moments into complicated stories. A quiet walk becomes a debate. A small mistake becomes a trial. A memory becomes a loop that refuses to end. This inner narrator believes it is protecting you, keeping you prepared, keeping you in control. But in truth, it keeps you trapped in a state of endless alertness. Withholding inner commentary is not about suppressing thoughts or becoming empty. It is about allowing moments to exist without turning them into sentences. When you drink water, just drink it. When you sit, just sit. When you hear a sound, let it be a sound instead of a signal that must be analyzed. At first this feels unnatural because the mind is used to translating life into words. It wants to label everything so it can feel safe. Yet, safety does not come from constant explanation. It comes from realizing that not every experience requires interpretation. Over time, you begin to notice how much energy narration consumes. Every silent judgment, every mental rehearsal, every imaginary conversation steals attention from the present moment. It is like running a machine in the background that never shuts off. Once you pause that machine, even briefly, there is a release you did not know you needed. Your breathing slows, your shoulders loosen, your eyes soften. Not because something outside changed, but because the pressure inside eased. There is also freedom in not reacting to every thought that demands a response. Some thoughts appear simply because the brain is designed to generate activity. They are not messages, not warnings, not instructions. They are echoes of old fears, habits of overthinking, leftover noise from a world that rarely stops talking. When you stop answering them, they begin to lose urgency, like a child who stops shouting when no one is arguing back. This discipline grows quietly. You start to catch the narrator in the act. You notice the moment it begins to describe what is happening instead of letting it happen. And instead of following it, you return to the raw experience of being alive. The feeling of air moving in and out, the weight of your body against the chair, the faint sounds in the distance. Life becomes simpler when it is not filtered through commentary. Something else changes too. Without constant narration, emotions move through you faster. Sadness does not turn into a story about your life. Anxiety does not multiply into predictions of disaster. Anger does not become a courtroom where you argue for hours. Feelings rise, exist, and fade the way they were meant to. The narrator is what keeps them stuck, replaying the same scenes long after the moment has passed. You may notice moments of silence that feel unfamiliar, almost fragile. The mind might rush to fill them again, as if empty space must be avoided. But if you stay with that quiet, you discover it is not empty at all. It is steady, clear, wide enough to hold everything without becoming overwhelmed by anything. This is the beginning of a rested mind, one that no longer believes it must explain life in order to survive it. And slowly, a different kind of awareness appears. You start living instead of observing yourself living. You listen without preparing your reply. You look without comparing. You move without monitoring every action. The world feels closer, more real, less filtered. Not because reality changed, but because the distance created by constant narration disappeared. The discipline of withholding inner commentary is not something you master overnight. It is something you return to again and again, especially when the mind becomes loud. Each time you choose silence over explanation, you loosen an old habit. Each quiet moment becomes a reminder that peace was never far away. It was simply hidden beneath layers of unnecessary words. And as the night continues, the mind begins to understand that it does not have to work so hard anymore, that it can rest without losing control, that silence is not the absence of life, but the space where life finally feels light again. As the inner narration loosens its grip, another habit begins to reveal itself. The need to fill every quiet second with something, a sound, a screen, a message, a distraction. Without it, a subtle restlessness appears, like the mind is reaching for something it forgot how to live without. This is not weakness. It is withdrawal from constant stimulation, and learning to sit through it is where a deeper kind of freedom begins. There is a quiet discomfort that surfaces when nothing is happening. No scrolling, no background noise, no new information entering the brain. Just stillness. For many people, this feels heavier than noise because stimulation has become a form of escape. It keeps you from noticing fatigue, loneliness, uncertainty, or the simple fear of being alone with your own thoughts. When stimulation stops, those hidden feelings step forward, asking to be acknowledged. Most people rush to turn the noise back on, but staying with that silence is how the mind relearns balance. Voluntary cognitive fasting is the decision to stop feeding the brain non-stop input, not because stimulation is evil, but because excess makes the mind restless and dependent. Just as the body becomes sluggish when it is always digesting food, the brain becomes foggy when it is always processing information. Messages, news, videos, conversations, notifications. The mind never gets the chance to clear itself. It jumps from one piece of input to the next, never settling long enough to feel whole. When you step away from constant input, the first thing you notice is how loud the internal noise becomes. Thoughts you ignored resurface. Old worries knock on the door. The brain, used to external distractions, tries to create its own. This stage can feel uncomfortable, but it is temporary. It is the mind detoxing from overstimulation, like eyes adjusting to darkness after being under bright lights for too long. As time passes, a different state begins to emerge. Your attention stretches. Small details become noticeable again. The sound of your breathing, the rhythm of your footsteps, the way light falls across the room. Things that once felt dull begin to feel calming instead. The mind stops craving intensity and starts appreciating simplicity. This is when clarity returns, not because you forced it, but because nothing is crowding it anymore. There is also a restoration of patience. Constant stimulation trains the brain to expect immediate rewards, fast answers, fast entertainment, fast reactions. Without it, you relearn how to wait without tension, waiting in line without checking your phone, sitting in a room without needing background noise, walking without listening to anything. These small acts rebuild mental endurance. They teach the brain that it does not need constant novelty to feel okay. Emotions become steadier too. When the mind is overloaded, even minor inconveniences feel overwhelming. But when it is rested, it handles stress with more space and less urgency. Problems still exist, but they do not feel like emergencies. You respond instead of react. You think instead of panic. This calm is not something added to you. It is something that appears when the clutter is removed. Sleep improves as well. A stimulated brain struggles to power down, carrying the speed of the day into the night. Cognitive fasting slows that momentum. Without constant input, the mind transitions more naturally into rest. Thoughts soften instead of racing. The body follows, releasing tension it did not know it was holding. You may also notice creativity returning in unexpected ways. Ideas surface during quiet moments, not forced, not chased. This happens because the brain finally has space to wander instead of being guided by external content. Original thoughts replace borrowed ones. Your mind begins to feel like it belongs to you again. What makes this practice powerful is its simplicity. It does not require special techniques or perfect conditions. It is simply the choice to stop adding more noise, to allow moments of emptiness without rushing to fill them, to trust that the mind knows how to reset itself when given the chance. And as this quiet deepens, you start to feel less controlled by the need for stimulation. You can be alone without feeling lonely. You can be still without feeling stuck. You can experience peace without needing entertainment to manufacture it. The world slows down, not because time changed, but because your mind is no longer sprinting ahead of it. By the time the silence settles again, you realize something surprising. The mind was never meant to live at full speed all the time. It was meant to move, pause, and recover, like breathing. And in that recovery, a steadiness forms, a quiet strength that does not depend on what is happening outside, only on the space you allow within. As the mind grows less dependent on stimulation, you begin to notice something unsettling about the world around you. The noise never stops. Conversations layered on top of notifications, opinions stacked on top of headlines, endless advice about how to think, what to feel, what to fear next. It becomes clear that the restlessness you carried was not only personal, it was learned, conditioned by a culture that treats silence like an empty space that must be filled immediately. And choosing quiet in the middle of that chaos starts to feel like an act of quiet defiance. There is a strange pressure to stay mentally busy at all times. If you are not consuming information, producing something, or reacting to events, it can feel as if you are falling behind. Noise becomes proof of relevance. Busyness becomes proof of worth. The mind is trained to believe that stillness means laziness, that reflection means weakness, that stepping back means losing control. So people keep scrolling, keep talking, keep filling every pause with something, anything, just to avoid the discomfort of silence. Choosing silence breaks that pattern. It interrupts the automatic cycle of reaction. When everyone is rushing to comment, you pause. When outrage spreads like wildfire, you remain steady. When opinions demand instant agreement, you allow yourself time to think or even to say nothing at all. This is not withdrawal from life. It is reclaiming authority over your own mind. Mental noise culture thrives on urgency. It tells you that every issue is immediate, every notification is important, every update requires your attention now. But most of it has no lasting value. It only keeps the nervous system alert, as if danger is always around the corner. Silence reveals how much of that urgency was manufactured. Without constant input, the sense of emergency fades, and with it, the tension you carried without realizing. There is also courage in resisting the need to react. Many people speak not because they have something meaningful to say, but because they are uncomfortable with quiet. Words become shields against vulnerability. Opinions become armor against uncertainty. When you allow silence, you face reality without those defenses. You listen more carefully. You observe without rushing to conclusions. You give situations space to reveal themselves instead of forcing them into immediate judgments. Relationships change as well. Silence allows you to hear what others are actually saying instead of preparing your next response. It softens conflicts because not every disagreement needs to be escalated. Sometimes the most powerful response is calm presence. When you stop contributing to the noise, you stop feeding the cycle that keeps everyone tense. This rebellion is not loud or dramatic. It is subtle, almost invisible. It happens in the moments when you choose to close the app, turn off the background sound, sit without distraction, or step outside without your phone. Small acts that restore your ability to exist without constant input. Over time, these moments accumulate into a new way of living, one where peace is not something you chase, but something you protect. You may notice a growing sense of independence. Without the constant stream of opinions and information, your thoughts become clearer and more original. You start trusting your own perception again. Decisions feel less pressured because they are not shaped by 1,000 outside voices. The mind becomes quieter, but also stronger, less easily shaken by trends, panic, or collective fear. There is also relief in no longer needing to be everywhere at once mentally. You do not have to know everything immediately. You do not have to participate in every conversation. The world keeps moving, but you are no longer dragged by its speed. You stand still enough to choose your direction instead of being pushed into one. Over time, silence stops feeling like absence and starts feeling like protection. A space where your thoughts can settle, where emotions can cool, where clarity can return. The culture around you may continue to chase noise, but you learn that peace grows in the opposite direction. And in that quiet resistance, you rediscover something simple and powerful. Your mind was never meant to carry the weight of the entire world's noise. It was meant to experience life directly, one moment at a time. Silence becomes the boundary that keeps that experience clear, steady, and deeply your own. And once you step outside the storm of noise, you begin to notice something even more subtle. The noise does not only come from the world, it rises from within, often without warning. A sudden fear, a harsh memory, a wave of doubt that feels real even when nothing is wrong. These inner reactions used to pull you instantly, like hooks you didn't see coming. But now, with a quieter mind, you start to sense the space between the thought and your response. And inside that small space lives a freedom most people never discover. A thought appears, and the old habit is to react immediately, to believe it, to argue with it, to chase it down every possible path. If the thought is negative, you feel heavy. If it is anxious, your body tightens. If it is angry, your mood shifts. The mind becomes a puppet pulled by invisible strings. This happens so quickly that it feels automatic, as if you had no choice. But the Stoics taught something different. They believed thoughts are impressions, not commands. They knock on the door, but you decide whether to let them in. Non-reaction does not mean suppression. It is not pretending the thought never appeared. It is acknowledging its presence without surrendering to it, like noticing a stranger passing by on the street without following them home. The thought may still speak, but you do not give it the authority to define your state of mind. At first, this feels unnatural. The brain is trained to respond, to solve, to protect. When a worrying thought appears, it tries to prepare for danger. When a painful memory surfaces, it tries to rewrite the past. But most of these reactions are unnecessary. They keep the nervous system activated long after the moment has passed. By choosing stillness instead of reaction, you signal to your body that it is safe to relax. You begin to see how many thoughts lose power when ignored. Some fade within seconds, like echoes dissolving in an empty room. Others return repeatedly, testing whether they can still provoke you. Each time you refuse to engage, they weaken. Not because you defeated them, but because they were sustained by attention. Without it, they cannot hold their shape. There is also a deep relief in realizing you do not have to solve every mental disturbance. Some thoughts do not carry wisdom or warnings. They are fragments of past experiences, habits of worry, or random sparks of imagination. Treating them as urgent problems only gives them importance they never deserved. Non-reaction allows them to pass without turning them into stories. Over time, a quiet confidence grows. You trust your ability to remain steady even when the mind produces chaos. Emotional storms still come, but they no longer sweep you away. You observe them rising and falling, knowing they are temporary. This steadiness is not coldness or detachment from life. It is the ability to stay present without being overwhelmed. This practice also deepens patience with yourself. Instead of judging your mind for producing negative thoughts, you accept that thinking is what the brain does. There is no need for shame or frustration. The goal is not to eliminate thoughts, but to stop being ruled by them. Compassion replaces self-criticism. Calm replaces urgency. Moments of silence become richer because they are no longer interrupted by constant reactions. You sit without needing to fix anything. You breathe without checking whether you are doing it correctly. You allow your inner world to settle naturally. In that settling, clarity appears without effort. Relationships benefit as well. When you learn not to react instantly to your own thoughts, you become less reactive to others. You listen without defensiveness, You respond instead of snapping. You recognize that not every feeling requires immediate expression. This creates space for understanding where conflict once lived. Eventually, you realize that non-reaction is not passivity. It is control in its purest form. The ability to choose calm when agitation is available. The ability to stay grounded when the mind tries to pull you into old patterns. It is strength without tension, awareness without fear. And as this quiet mastery grows, something gentle takes its place, a sense that you are no longer at war with your own mind. Thoughts come and go, but they do not dictate your peace. Silence holds steady beneath them, like deep water untouched by the waves above. In that depth, you rediscover what it feels like to simply exist without resistance, carried by a calm that was always there, waiting for you to stop reacting long enough to feel it. As your reactions begin to soften, another hidden tension starts to reveal itself. The pressure to fix everything the moment it appears. A problem surfaces, and the mind rushes forward like it's late for something important. It searches for answers, outcomes, guarantees. It refuses to rest until a conclusion is found. But many of the things that trouble you were never meant to be solved in an instant. They were meant to be lived through, understood slowly, or sometimes simply allowed to pass. There is a deep fear behind the urge to solve everything immediately. It is the fear of uncertainty. The mind believes that if it can just figure things out fast enough, it will regain control and feel safe again. So it spins through possibilities, replays conversations, predicts outcomes that may never happen. It treats life like a puzzle that must be completed before peace is allowed. But this constant solving creates exhaustion, not clarity. Detaching from this urge does not mean becoming careless. It means recognizing that not every question needs an answer right now. Some situations resolve themselves with time. Some emotions settle when they are not pressured to disappear. Some decisions become obvious only after the noise of urgency fades. When you stop forcing solutions, space opens for understanding to arrive naturally. You begin to notice how often your mind invents problems simply to keep itself busy. It anticipates conversations that may never occur. It prepares defenses against scenarios that might never unfold. It treats uncertainty as a threat instead of a normal part of being alive. By stepping back from this habit, you allow life to unfold without constant interference. You stop trying to steer every current and start learning how to float. There is also relief in accepting that you are not responsible for fixing everything. Not every conflict, not every emotion, not every future outcome depends on your immediate action. Some things belong to other people. Some belong to time. Some belong to forces far beyond your control. Letting go of that responsibility lightens the invisible load you have been carrying for years. Patience grows in this space. You become comfortable with unfinished stories. You allow questions to remain open without feeling restless. Waiting stops feeling like weakness and starts feeling like wisdom. Instead of reacting from panic, you respond from clarity when the right moment arrives. Decisions become calmer, more grounded, less driven by fear. Your body reflects this change. The tightness in your chest eases. The tension in your jaw loosens. Sleep becomes deeper because your mind is no longer trying to resolve tomorrow before it arrives. Energy returns because it is no longer spent on imaginary emergencies. You also discover that many problems lose intensity when left alone. Without constant attention, they shrink instead of growing. Emotions that once felt overwhelming soften on their own. Situations that seemed urgent reveal themselves as temporary. This does not happen because you ignored reality, but because you stopped amplifying it with anxious thinking. Relationships benefit as well. You listen without rushing to offer solutions. You allow others to express themselves without trying to repair their feelings immediately. Sometimes presence is more powerful than advice. People feel seen instead of managed. Connection deepens because you are no longer approaching every interaction as something to fix. Creativity returns too. When the mind is not trapped in problem-solving mode, it wanders freely. Ideas appear unexpectedly. Insights surface during quiet moments. Solutions arrive without force, as if they were waiting for silence to be heard. This is the paradox of detachment. When you stop chasing answers, they often come on their own. You start trusting life in a way that once felt impossible, not blind trust, but a steady confidence that you can handle whatever unfolds when it unfolds. You no longer need to predict every outcome to feel secure. Peace comes from knowing you can respond, not from believing you must control. And in that trust, a new kind of strength forms. The strength to pause, the strength to wait, the strength to live without constantly scanning for problems to solve. Your mind becomes less like a machine and more like a quiet companion, steady beside you instead of dragging you forward. As the silence deepens again, you realize that life was never asking you to solve it all at once. It was asking you to be present enough to experience it as it comes. One moment at a time, without rushing ahead, without tightening against uncertainty. In that slower rhythm, the weight lifts and the path forward becomes clear, not because you forced it, but because you finally gave it room to appear. As the need to rush toward answers begins to fade, something unexpected takes its place. A quiet steadiness that does not demand movement. At first it feels unfamiliar, almost uncomfortable, because you are used to measuring strength by action, speed, and intensity. But this calm presence holds a different kind of power, one that does not push, does not chase, does not prove. It simply remains. And in a world that confuses noise with strength, stillness starts to feel like a quiet rebellion. Many people associate a busy mind with intelligence and importance. If you are constantly thinking, planning, reacting, it feels like you are in control. Stillness, on the other hand, is often mistaken for passivity, as if calm means you have nothing to offer. But mental stillness is not emptiness. It is stability. It is the ability to remain grounded when everything around you is chaotic. The Stoics saw this as true strength because it cannot be shaken by sudden changes or emotional storms. When your mind is still, you stop wasting energy on unnecessary reactions. You see situations clearly instead of through the fog of urgency. Decisions become sharper because they are not driven by panic. Words become more deliberate because they are not spilling out to fill silence. This kind of presence commands attention without demanding it. People feel it even if they cannot explain why. There is also courage in staying calm when others are overwhelmed. Anger invites more anger. Panic spreads panic. But stillness interrupts that chain. It creates space where escalation would normally occur. In difficult moments, the person who remains composed becomes an anchor for everyone else, not because they are detached from reality, but because they are not controlled by it. Mental stillness also protects your inner world. Without it, every external event has access to your emotions. News, opinions, conflicts, unexpected problems. All of it floods your mind at once. With stillness, you decide what deserves your energy. You observe without absorbing everything. This boundary keeps your peace intact, even when the outside world is unpredictable. There is a quiet confidence that grows from this state. You no longer feel the need to prove yourself through constant activity or endless explanations. You trust your ability to respond when necessary and remain silent when it is not. This makes your actions more intentional, more impactful, because they are chosen instead of impulsive. Your body reflects this power as well. Breathing slows, movements become smoother, your presence feels less rushed, more grounded. Others may sense this and feel calmer around you without knowing why. Stillness has a contagious quality. It invites others to settle, to lower their defenses, to speak more honestly. You begin to notice how much energy you once spent trying to control impressions, outcomes, and perceptions. The need to appear strong, to stay ahead, to manage every detail. Stillness releases that tension. It reminds you that strength does not come from constant effort, but from stability that does not collapse under pressure. This practice also deepens resilience. When challenges arise, you face them without the extra burden of emotional chaos. Pain is still felt, but it does not overwhelm your entire system. Fear may appear, but it does not dictate your behavior. You respond from a place of clarity instead of survival mode. This makes recovery faster and decisions wiser. There is a subtle dignity in quiet strength. You do not need to dominate conversations or force outcomes. Your calm presence speaks for itself, like deep water that remains undisturbed even when the surface ripples. This is the kind of power that cannot be taken away, because it does not depend on circumstances. Over time, stillness becomes your default rather than something you struggle to reach. You carry it into conversations, into challenges, into ordinary moments. It does not make you distant from life. It allows you to experience life without being consumed by it. And as the silence settles once more, you understand something that once seemed impossible. Strength is not always loud. Control is not always visible. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is remain calm when everything expects you to react. In that calm, you rediscover a sense of authority over your own mind that no external force can touch. A quiet power that does not announce itself, yet changes everything it touches. As this quiet strength settles into you, another layer of freedom begins to open. You start to see that even calm can be disturbed if every passing thought is treated like something important. The mind continues to produce ideas, memories, flashes of worry, random images, unfinished conversations. It never truly stops. But now, there is less urgency to chase them. You begin to sense that not every thought is meant to become a story, and not every feeling needs a response. Some things are simply passing through. There is a habit of grabbing onto thoughts the moment they appear. A single memory can pull you back years. A small worry can grow into a long chain of imagined outcomes. One careless comment from someone can replay in your head until it feels heavier than it really was. Engagement gives thoughts weight. Without it, they remain light, unable to settle. Letting thoughts pass is like standing by a road and watching cars go by without stepping into traffic. You see them clearly, but you do not jump in front of them or try to stop them. This distance keeps you safe from the chaos they carry. The mind may present 100 ideas, but you choose which ones deserve your energy. The rest continue on without leaving marks. At first this feels strange because engagement has been automatic for so long. The brain is trained to react, to interpret, to personalize everything. When you stop doing that, it may try harder to pull you in. Certain thoughts return repeatedly, hoping to trigger the old response. But each time you allow them to pass untouched, their urgency fades, like waves that lose force when they reach calm water. There is also relief in realizing that you do not have to control the flow of thinking. Trying to stop thoughts completely often makes them stronger. Letting them move freely removes the struggle. You stop fighting your own mind and start observing it instead. This observation creates space where tension used to live. Emotions follow the same pattern. When a feeling appears, the mind often attaches explanations, judgments, predictions. Letting the feeling exist without building a narrative allows it to move through naturally. Sadness softens instead of deepening. Anxiety loosens instead of tightening. Anger dissolves instead of spreading. Without engagement, emotions complete their cycle and leave. This practice strengthens your ability to stay present. Instead of drifting into memories or fears, your attention returns to what is actually happening. The sound in the room, the rhythm of your breath, the quiet weight of your body resting. Reality becomes simpler because it is not layered with mental commentary. There is also clarity in seeing how many thoughts were never personal. They were echoes of conversations, fragments of information, habits of comparison learned from the environment. When you stop identifying with them, you stop carrying things that were never yours. Your mind becomes less crowded, more spacious. Patience grows as well. You no longer rush to resolve every discomfort. You allow uncertainty to exist without forcing closure. This patience creates stability because you are not constantly pulled away by internal noise. You remain grounded even when the mind is active. Relationships benefit from this calm too. When you are not entangled in your own thoughts, you can truly listen. You notice details you once missed. You respond with intention instead of reacting from assumptions. Communication becomes clearer because it is not filtered through layers of internal distraction. Over time, you begin to trust the passing nature of everything inside you. No thought, no feeling, no memory is permanent. They move like weather across the sky of your awareness. Some are heavy, some are light, but none stay forever. Knowing this removes the fear that something inside you might overwhelm you beyond recovery. As the silence deepens again, you realize that peace was never about eliminating thoughts. It was about changing your relationship with them. The mind can remain active while you remain still. Movement can exist without pulling you away. In that balance, you experience a calm that does not depend on conditions, a quiet presence that holds steady while everything else comes and goes. As you grow more comfortable letting thoughts come and go, a deeper challenge quietly steps forward. The fear of not knowing, the uneasy feeling that appears when the future is unclear, when answers are delayed, when outcomes remain open. For a long time, the mind tried to escape this discomfort by predicting, planning, and preparing for every possibility. But uncertainty does not disappear just because you worry about it. It only becomes heavier. Learning to sit with the unknown without panic is where true stability begins. The mind craves certainty because it believes certainty equals safety. If it can just figure out what will happen next, it can relax. But life rarely offers that guarantee. Plans change, people change, circumstances shift without warning. When the brain cannot secure a clear path forward, it often fills the gap with fear. It imagines worst-case scenarios as a way to prepare, not realizing that this preparation only keeps the body tense and exhausted. Training yourself to tolerate uncertainty starts with recognizing that discomfort does not mean danger. that restless feeling in your chest, the urge to check for updates, the need to replay conversations, searching for hidden clues. These are signals of unfamiliarity, not signs of catastrophe. When you stop reacting to them, they lose their intensity. The body learns that it can remain calm even without complete information. At first, this feels unnatural. You may notice how quickly the mind tries to regain control. It searches for reassurance, for predictions, for anything that closes the open space of not knowing. But each time you resist that urge, you strengthen your ability to stay steady. You breathe through the tension instead of feeding it. You allow time to pass without forcing answers to arrive early. There is a quiet confidence that grows from this practice. You begin to trust your ability to handle whatever unfolds, even if you cannot see it yet. Instead of fearing the unknown, you become curious about it. The future stops feeling like a threat and starts feeling like something that will reveal itself when the moment comes. Your body reflects this shift. The constant alertness softens. Sleep becomes deeper because your mind is no longer scanning for hidden dangers. Your heartbeat slows because it is not racing ahead into imagined crises. Energy returns because it is not spent trying to control what cannot be controlled. You also discover that uncertainty carries possibility. When outcomes are not fixed, new paths can appear. Opportunities that could not be predicted become visible only when you stop narrowing your focus to one expected result. Flexibility replaces rigidity. You adapt instead of resisting change. Relationships benefit too. When you are not driven by fear of uncertainty, you stop demanding constant reassurance from others. You allow space for people to be human, to change, to grow. Conversations become less tense because they are not attempts to secure guarantees. Trust develops because you are no longer trying to control every outcome. There is also humility in accepting that not everything is meant to be known in advance. Life unfolds in stages, revealing what you need when you are ready. By tolerating uncertainty, you align with that natural rhythm instead of fighting it. Patience becomes less of a struggle and more of a quiet understanding. Over time, you notice how much lighter the mind feels without the burden of constant anticipation. The present moment becomes enough. You focus on what is actually happening instead of what might happen. This grounding creates a sense of stability that predictions never provided. As the silence deepens once more, you realize that peace was never hidden in perfect certainty. It was hidden in your ability to remain calm without it. The unknown stops feeling like an enemy and starts feeling like open space. And within that space, you stand steady, not because you have all the answers, but because you no longer need them to feel safe. As uncertainty loses its grip on you, another pattern quietly comes into view. The strange pull toward emotional intensity, the urge to replay painful scenes, to imagine confrontations, to turn small problems into heavy stories that fill the mind for hours. It becomes clear that the mind does not only fear discomfort, it sometimes feeds on it. Drama creates stimulation, and stimulation feels familiar even when it hurts. Learning to refuse this cycle is where a deeper calm begins to take root. Mental drama often disguises itself as importance. It tells you that if something feels intense, it must matter deeply. So the mind revisits old wounds, exaggerates threats, builds imaginary conversations where you finally say the perfect words. It keeps emotions alive long after the moment has passed. Not because this is helpful, but because it gives the brain something to hold on to. A quiet mind can feel empty to someone who is used to emotional noise. Refusing this addiction starts with recognizing the difference between real problems and repeated storytelling. A situation may last minutes, but the story about it can last years. Every time you replay it, your body reacts as if it is happening again. The tension returns, the anger resurfaces, the sadness deepens. The nervous system cannot tell the difference between memory and reality when you immerse yourself in the narrative. Stepping away from this cycle feels strange at first. Without drama, there is space. Without constant emotional spikes, there is calm. And calm can feel unfamiliar, even boring, to a mind trained on intensity. But this calm is not emptiness. It is recovery. It is the nervous system finally getting a chance to settle after being kept on edge for too long. You begin to notice how many conflicts exist only inside your head. Arguments that never happened. Judgments you assume others are making. Scenarios that grow darker the more you think about them. When you stop feeding these imagined situations, they lose their shape. Reality becomes simpler, less threatening, more manageable. There is also a release from the need to justify your emotions. Mental drama often comes with a constant search for validation. You replay events to prove you were right, to confirm you were wronged, to explain why you feel the way you do. Letting go of that need allows emotions to move without turning into identity. You feel what you feel, and then you let it pass instead of building a permanent structure around it. Relationships become lighter too. Without the habit of dramatizing interactions, misunderstandings shrink instead of expanding. You give others the benefit of the doubt instead of assuming the worst. Conversations feel less like battles and more like exchanges. The emotional temperature drops, creating space for genuine connection. Energy returns in unexpected ways. Drama consumes attention, leaving little room for creativity, curiosity, or simple enjoyment. When you step out of it, you find yourself more present in ordinary moments. A quiet evening no longer feels like something is missing. It feels peaceful, sufficient, complete on its own. You also develop resilience. Without constant emotional upheaval, challenges become easier to handle. You respond with clarity instead of being swept into chaos. Problems are addressed directly instead of being surrounded by layers of narrative. This makes solutions simpler and recovery faster. There is freedom in no longer needing life to be intense to feel alive. You discover that peace has its own depth, a quiet richness that does not rely on conflict or excitement. It allows you to experience joy without fear of losing it, sadness without fear of drowning in it, and neutrality without feeling empty. As the silence settles once again, you realize that refusing mental drama is not about suppressing emotions. It is about refusing to turn pain into entertainment for the mind. You stop reopening wounds just to feel something familiar. You allow calm to become your new baseline. In that calm, life feels less like a battlefield and more like a steady path unfolding beneath your feet. You walk it without the noise of exaggerated stories, without the weight of unnecessary tension. And for the first time in a long time, your mind feels like a place you can rest, not a stage where every feeling must perform. As the pull toward mental drama loosens, you begin to notice how much emotional residue has been sitting quietly beneath the surface. Old frustrations, unspoken grief, lingering disappointments, tension you learned to carry without realizing it. None of it disappeared just because you stayed busy. It simply waited. And in the growing quiet, these feelings start to rise, not to overwhelm you, but to finally be released. This is where silence becomes something deeper than calm. It becomes cleansing. For a long time, emotions had no space to settle. Each new distraction pushed them aside before they could complete their cycle. Anger was swallowed because there was no time to process it. Sadness was buried under responsibilities. Stress was masked by constant stimulation. The body carried what the mind refused to feel. Silence interrupts this pattern. It removes the distractions that kept everything locked inside, allowing the emotional system to reset. At first, this release can feel heavy. You may notice waves of tiredness, unexpected memories, or a quiet ache that has no clear cause. This is not a setback. It is the body unloading tension it has held for too long, like muscles finally relaxing after being clenched all day. Without the noise to cover it, your system begins to repair itself in ways you did not know were needed. Breathing becomes a powerful anchor during this process. Slow, steady breaths signal safety to the nervous system, telling it that it can let go. With each exhale, the body releases small layers of stress. Heart rate slows, shoulders drop. The tightness behind your eyes softens. These changes are subtle but meaningful, signs that the emotional detox is working. Silence also allows you to feel emotions without labeling them as problems. Instead of asking why you feel a certain way or how to make it stop, you simply allow the sensation to exist. Feelings move through the body like waves. When they are not resisted, they pass more quickly. Resistance is what traps them, turning temporary states into long-term burdens. You may notice how much lighter ordinary moments begin to feel. Colors seem softer, sounds feel less harsh. Your reactions become less intense because your emotional baseline has lowered. Situations that once triggered strong responses now pass without leaving marks. This is not numbness. It is balance returning. Sleep deepens as well. When emotional tension is released during quiet moments, the body no longer carries it into the night. You wake feeling more rested, not because you slept longer, but because your system spent less energy processing unresolved feelings. Dreams may become clearer or calmer, reflecting the shift inside. Relationships benefit from this cleansing too. When you are not carrying hidden tension, you respond with more patience and less defensiveness. Small irritations no longer accumulate into resentment. You listen more openly because you are not reacting from past wounds. This creates a gentler atmosphere around you, one that invites trust instead of conflict. There is also a renewed sense of presence. Without emotional clutter, your attention returns to what is actually happening instead of what you are carrying from before. You taste food more fully. You notice subtle changes in the environment. You feel connected to your surroundings instead of separated by internal noise. Over time, silence becomes something you seek not to escape life, but to maintain clarity. A space where emotions can reset before they build up again. You learn to check in with yourself regularly, releasing tension before it becomes overwhelming. This keeps your inner world clean, like opening windows to let fresh air circulate. As the quiet deepens once more, you realize that emotional peace was never about eliminating feelings. It was about allowing them to move freely instead of storing them inside. Silence gave them the path they needed to leave. And in that release, a gentle lightness appears. Not dramatic, not overwhelming, just steady and real. The kind of calm that does not come from forcing positivity, but from no longer carrying what was never meant to stay. As the emotional weight begins to clear, something subtle shifts in the way you experience yourself. Instead of being inside every feeling, inside every thought, Inside every reaction, you start to sense a small distance forming. Not a cold distance, not disconnection, but space. A quiet place from which you can watch what is happening within you without being pulled into it. This is where a deeper kind of awareness awakens, one that changes your relationship with your own mind. For most of your life, thoughts felt personal and immediate. If the mind said something frightening, you felt afraid. If it replayed a mistake, you felt shame. If it imagined rejection, you felt hurt before anything even happened. There was no separation between the thinker and the observer. Everything blended together into one overwhelming stream. Becoming an observer begins when you realize that there is a part of you that can watch this stream without drowning in it. You notice a thought appear, and instead of following it, you simply acknowledge it. It is there, but it is not you. It moves, shifts, fades, like a cloud passing through a clear sky. This shift is quiet, but powerful. You stop identifying with every mental event and start recognizing them as temporary experiences rather than permanent truths. At first, the mind may resist this distance. It may try to pull you back into the old habit of reacting automatically. It throws louder thoughts, stronger emotions, as if trying to regain control. But the more you remain in the role of observer, the more the intensity softens. The mind realizes it no longer has to perform to get your attention. There is relief in this position. You are no longer responsible for stopping every thought or fixing every feeling. You allow the mind to do what it does while you remain steady behind it. This reduces pressure because you stop treating your internal world like something that must be controlled at all times. You begin to see patterns that were invisible before. Certain worries repeat themselves. Certain fears appear in predictable situations. Certain memories surface when you feel vulnerable. As an observer, you recognize these cycles without judging yourself for them. Awareness replaces self-criticism. Understanding replaces frustration. This perspective also changes how you experience difficult emotions. Instead of saying, "I am anxious," you notice that anxiety is present. Instead of, "I am angry," you observe anger moving through you. This small shift loosens the grip emotions have on your identity. Feelings become experiences rather than definitions. Your reactions slow down as well. Because you are watching before responding, you have time to choose your actions. Words become more thoughtful. Decisions become less impulsive. You are no longer swept away by the first wave of emotion. You stand on the shore, aware of the tide but not carried by it. There is a growing sense of inner stability. Even when the mind is busy, there is a calm place beneath the activity, like the quiet depth of the ocean below the moving surface. This stability allows you to face challenges without losing yourself in them. You remain present without becoming overwhelmed. Relationships benefit from this awareness too. You notice your assumptions before they turn into reactions. You catch defensive thoughts before they become harsh words. You listen more openly because you are not trapped in your own mental narrative. Connection becomes clearer when you are not projecting your internal noise onto others. Over time, you realize that observing your mind is not about detachment from life. It is about participation without losing balance. You feel deeply, but you are not consumed. You think clearly, but you are not trapped in endless analysis. You respond to the world while remaining grounded in yourself. As the silence settles again, you recognize something that was always there. The observer is steady, patient, unaffected by the storms that pass through the mind. It does not judge, does not panic, does not rush. It simply witnesses. And in that witnessing, you discover a form of peace that does not depend on changing your thoughts or controlling your emotions. Peace that comes from knowing you are more than the noise inside your head. A quiet awareness that stays with you even when everything else moves. As the observer within you grows stronger, you begin to crave something that once felt uncomfortable. Time alone. Not as an escape from people, but as a return to yourself. Without constant interaction, without the need to perform, explain, or respond, your inner world becomes clearer. The Stoics understood this deeply. They did not seek solitude because they disliked others, but because they knew that distance from noise allowed the mind to reshape itself in ways that were impossible in constant activity. For many people, being alone immediately triggers restlessness. The mind rushes to fill the silence with distractions, as if solitude exposes something it would rather not face. Old emotions surface, unresolved thoughts appear, memories drift back without invitation. But this is exactly why solitude is powerful. It brings hidden reactions into the light where they can finally be understood instead of avoided. The Stoics treated solitude as a training ground. When anger, sadness, or fear appeared, they did not rush to suppress it or discharge it onto others. They sat with it. They observed how it formed, how it felt in the body, how it changed over time. By doing this repeatedly, they weakened the automatic reactions that once controlled them. Emotions stopped feeling like sudden attacks and started feeling like temporary visitors. In solitude, there is no audience to influence your responses. You are not reacting to expectations or social pressure. This allows honesty. You see your thoughts without editing them, your feelings without disguising them. At first, this honesty can feel uncomfortable because it removes the protective layers you use in public. But it also brings relief. There is nothing to defend, nothing to prove. Just awareness. Over time, you notice that emotions lose intensity when they are not acted out immediately. Anger softens when it is not expressed in the heat of the moment. Sadness becomes gentler when it is allowed space instead of being pushed away. Fear shrinks when it is examined instead of avoided. Solitude creates the pause that allows these changes to happen naturally. This practice also strengthens emotional independence. You stop relying on others to regulate your feelings. Approval, validation, reassurance. These become less necessary because you learn how to stabilize yourself. You discover that calm can come from within, not just from favorable circumstances. Your reactions in daily life begin to change as a result. Situations that once triggered strong responses now feel manageable. You recognize familiar emotional patterns before they take over. Instead of reacting automatically, you respond with intention. The space created in solitude carries into your interactions with the world. There is also a deep sense of restoration in being alone without distraction. Your nervous system slows down. The constant background tension dissolves. You feel more present in your body, more connected to simple experiences. A quiet room, a slow walk, a moment of stillness becomes enough. You no longer need intensity to feel alive. Solitude encourages reflection as well. You revisit past experiences with clarity instead of emotion. Lessons become visible where pain once dominated. Regret transforms into understanding. Gratitude emerges for things you overlooked before. This reflection rewires how you interpret life, turning reactions into wisdom. Relationships improve because you bring a calmer version of yourself back into them. You listen more, react less, and carry less emotional residue from previous encounters. People feel safer around someone who is not constantly triggered or defensive. Your presence becomes steadier, more grounding. The Stoics believed that solitude prepared you for society, not withdrawal from it. By mastering yourself in quiet moments, you become less vulnerable to chaos in crowded ones. You move through the world with a calm center that does not depend on circumstances. As the silence deepens once more, you realize that being alone is not the same as being isolated. It is a return to balance. A place where emotional reactions can reset before they harden into habits. In that space, you rebuild your responses piece by piece until they reflect who you truly want to be instead of what you were conditioned to feel. And when you step back into the world, you carry that quiet strength with you, not visible, not loud, but unmistakable. The strength of someone who has faced their inner storms in solitude and learned how to stand steady when the winds return. As solitude teaches you to face your emotions without rushing away, another habit slowly becomes visible. The constant need to explain everything, to assign meaning to every look, every pause, every change in tone, every unexpected event. The mind wants a story for everything it experiences, as if life must always make clear sense in order to feel safe. But this endless interpreting creates confusion more than clarity, because many situations were never meant to be analyzed so deeply. You begin to notice how quickly the mind fills in gaps. Someone doesn't reply to a message, and a dozen explanations appear instantly. A friend seems distant, and your thoughts start searching for hidden reasons. A plan changes, and your brain rushes to figure out what it means about you, about them, about the future. Most of these interpretations are guesses shaped by fear or past experiences, not reality. Yet they trigger real emotions, tightening the body and clouding your mood. Letting go of this habit brings an unexpected relief. You allow events to exist without forcing them into a narrative. A delayed response is just a delayed response. A quiet moment is just quiet. Not every silence hides rejection. Not every change signals loss. Sometimes things simply happen without deeper meaning, and accepting that lightens the mental load you carry. This shift also frees you from constant self-reference. When everything is interpreted personally, the world feels like it revolves around your perceived mistakes or inadequacies. By stepping back, you realize that most people are absorbed in their own lives, their own struggles, their own thoughts. Their actions are not always reflections of you. This understanding softens defensiveness and reduces unnecessary hurt. You also become less reactive. Without immediate interpretation, emotions have time to settle before conclusions are drawn. Instead of responding from assumption, you respond from observation. Conversations become clearer because you ask instead of guessing. Conflicts shrink because you are not projecting hidden meanings onto simple actions. There is peace in allowing uncertainty to remain open. You no longer rush to close every gap with speculation. You trust that clarity will come if it is needed, and if it does not, life will continue anyway. This patience creates a steadiness that protects your emotional balance. Your attention returns to what is real instead of what is imagined. You notice details you once overlooked because your mind was busy constructing stories. The texture of the present moment becomes richer when it is not filtered through interpretation. You experience life directly rather than through layers of assumption. Relationships benefit deeply from this change. Others feel less judged and more understood when you are not constantly analyzing their words or actions. Communication becomes simpler, more honest. You listen without trying to decode hidden messages. trust grows because interactions are no longer weighed down by suspicion. This practice also releases you from the exhausting need to control outcomes. Interpretation often comes from trying to predict what will happen next, so you can prepare emotionally. Letting go of that need allows you to meet situations as they unfold. You adapt instead of bracing for imagined scenarios. Over time, a quiet confidence develops. You realize you can handle life without overthinking every detail. Not knowing everything stops feeling threatening and starts feeling natural. Your mind becomes a place of observation rather than constant investigation. As the silence settles once again, you understand that clarity does not come from interpreting more. It comes from seeing without distortion. The world becomes lighter when you stop carrying invisible stories about it. And in that lightness, you rediscover a simple truth. Life is easier to live than to analyze. Moments flow more gently when you let them be what they are, without forcing them to explain themselves. In that acceptance, your mind rests, and the path ahead feels open, not because you solved everything, but because you finally stopped trying to. As you loosen the need to interpret every situation, you begin to notice another quiet drain on your energy. Conversations that have not happened yet, playing again and again inside your head. You prepare responses, imagine reactions, predict misunderstandings, rewrite your words before they are ever spoken. It feels like preparation, like protection, but most of the time, it only creates tension for events that may never unfold the way you expect. The mind rehearses because it wants certainty. It believes that if you script every possibility, you can avoid embarrassment, conflict, or disappointment. So it runs simulations late at night, during quiet moments, even while you are doing something else. But instead of creating confidence, it keeps your body in a state of alertness. Your heart tightens, your breathing becomes shallow, and the moment you are trying to prepare for begins to feel like a threat instead of a simple interaction. Letting go of this habit starts with recognizing how little control rehearsing actually gives you. Real conversations are alive. They shift with tone, mood, timing, and the unpredictable nature of human emotion. No script can account for that. When you release the need to pre-plan every word, you make room for authenticity. You trust yourself to respond in the moment, instead of clinging to imagined lines. There is relief in allowing conversations to be imperfect. Not every sentence needs to be flawless. Not every pause needs to be filled. Silence within dialogue can be a space for understanding rather than something to fear. When you stop rehearsing, you listen more carefully because you are not busy waiting to deliver the next prepared response. This change softens anxiety as well. Much of the stress you feel about social situations comes from living them repeatedly in advance. By the time the actual moment arrives, your nervous system is already exhausted. When you allow yourself to meet it fresh, without the weight of rehearsal, you approach it with more calm and openness. You may also notice that rehearsing often focuses on worst-case scenarios. The mind prepares defenses for imagined criticism, rejection, or conflict. But these scenarios rarely occur exactly as expected. By refusing to dwell on them, you stop feeding unnecessary fear. Confidence grows not from perfect preparation, but from trusting your ability to handle whatever happens. Relationships become more genuine too. Without rehearsed scripts, your words come from presence rather than calculation. Others feel this difference. Conversations flow naturally instead of feeling controlled. Laughter returns because you are not monitoring every phrase for potential mistakes. There is freedom in accepting that misunderstandings can be clarified in real time. You do not need to anticipate every possible issue beforehand. You can ask questions, explain yourself, or adjust as the conversation unfolds. This flexibility replaces the rigidity that rehearsal creates. Your mind becomes quieter in the spaces where rehearsing once lived. Late-night loops fade. You fall asleep more easily because you are not mentally performing for an audience that isn't there. Mornings feel lighter because you are not carrying unfinished dialogues into the new day. You also rediscover spontaneity. Ideas arise naturally when you are not forcing them. Humor appears without planning. Insight comes in response to what is actually being said. This makes interactions more engaging because they are shaped by real connection rather than imagined outcomes. Over time, you begin to trust silence within yourself. You do not panic when you do not know exactly what to say. You allow moments to breathe. You accept that presence matters more than perfection. This trust becomes a quiet form of confidence that cannot be rehearsed into existence. As the stillness deepens once more, you realize that life is not a performance requiring endless preparation. It is a series of moments inviting you to show up as you are. Conversations become less about control and more about connection. And in that openness, you feel something simple and grounding. You do not need to live tomorrow's interactions today. You can meet them when they arrive, with a clear mind and an unguarded heart, knowing that authenticity will carry you further than any script ever could. As the rehearsed conversations finally grow quiet, you begin to notice another pattern that once operated in the background without permission. The mind's tendency to leap from a small concern to a disastrous conclusion in seconds. A minor problem becomes a life-altering crisis. A simple uncertainty becomes proof that everything will fall apart. This is how catastrophic thinking works. It does not wait for evidence. It fills empty space with fear, convincing you that the worst outcome is not only possible, but inevitable. The Stoics recognized this habit long before modern psychology named it. They understood that the mind often confuses imagination with reality. When something unexpected happens, the brain rushes to protect you by predicting danger, but instead of preparing you calmly, it overwhelms you with exaggerated scenarios. Your body reacts as if those scenarios are already happening. Heart racing, muscles tight, breath shallow, all for an event that exists only in thought. The Stoic response to this was not denial, but perspective. Instead of asking, "What if everything goes wrong?" they asked, "What is actually happening right now?" This simple shift pulls attention back to reality. Most of the time, the present moment is far less threatening than the imagined future. You realize that you are safe in this exact second, even if your mind is projecting chaos ahead. Another part of the cure is breaking the chain of escalation. Catastrophic thinking grows by stacking assumptions on top of each other. One fear leads to another, then another, until the original issue is buried under layers of speculation. By pausing and refusing to follow that chain, you stop the expansion before it consumes your peace. You acknowledge the first concern without letting it multiply. There is also strength in examining the probability of your fears. The Stoics often reminded themselves how many times they had worried about things that never occurred. Recognizing this pattern weakens the authority of catastrophic thoughts. You begin to see them as habits rather than warnings. Your mind learns that it does not need to treat every possibility as a prediction. Accepting the limits of control brings relief as well. Much of catastrophic thinking comes from trying to manage outcomes that cannot be guaranteed. By focusing on what you can influence, your actions, your attitude, your preparation, You release the burden of controlling everything else. This turns anxiety into purposeful energy instead of helpless tension. Your body responds to this shift. The tightness in your chest eases when you stop bracing for disaster. Sleep becomes more restful because your mind is not running emergency drills through the night. You wake with more energy because it was not drained by imaginary crises. You also develop resilience. When challenges do arise, you face them with clarity instead of panic. You deal with what is real instead of what might happen next. This grounded approach makes problems feel manageable because they are no longer surrounded by exaggerated fear. Relationships benefit too. Catastrophic thinking often leads to misinterpretation and overreaction. By staying calm, you communicate more clearly and avoid unnecessary conflict. Others feel safer sharing concerns with you because you are not amplifying them into something overwhelming. Over time, you begin to trust your ability to handle uncertainty without assuming disaster. Confidence replaces dread. The future stops feeling like a threat and starts feeling like something that will unfold one step at a time. As the silence settles again, you realize that peace does not come from guaranteeing everything will be fine. It comes from knowing that even if things become difficult, you can remain steady. Catastrophe loses its grip when you refuse to rehearse it. And in that steadiness, the mind finally rests. Not because the world became predictable, but because you stopped turning possibility into fear. You return to the present, where life is happening, where strength actually exists, and where calm has been waiting patiently for you to notice it. As catastrophic thoughts begin to loosen their hold, a quieter but more persistent voice starts to stand out. The one that evaluates everything you do. The one that measures your words after you speak, your actions after you act, your worth after every small mistake. It rarely shouts, yet it is always present, pointing out flaws, comparing you to others, reminding you of what you should have done differently. This inner judge has been speaking for so long that it can feel like truth instead of habit. For many people, this voice formed early. It learned from criticism, expectations, disappointments, and the pressure to be accepted. Over time, it became internal, continuing the same judgments even when no one else was watching. It believes that constant evaluation will keep you improving, keep you from failure, keep you safe from rejection. But instead, it creates tension, hesitation, and a quiet sense of never being enough. Quieting this voice does not mean ignoring responsibility or pretending mistakes do not matter. It means replacing harsh judgment with calm awareness. When something goes wrong, you observe it without turning it into a personal attack. You recognize the action without condemning the person who took it. This simple shift reduces shame and makes growth possible without emotional punishment. You start noticing how the inner judge exaggerates. A small error becomes proof of incompetence. A missed opportunity becomes a permanent label. A moment of awkwardness becomes something to replay endlessly. When you step back, you see that these conclusions are not fair or accurate. They are reactions shaped by fear, not by reality. There is relief in speaking to yourself with the same patience you would offer someone you care about. Instead of harsh criticism, you offer understanding. Instead of, "I always mess things up," you acknowledge that you are learning. This does not weaken you, it stabilizes you. Encouragement supports progress more than condemnation ever could. Your body responds immediately to this gentleness. The tightness in your stomach eases. The pressure in your chest softens. You feel less guarded, less defensive, because you are no longer expecting attack from within. Calm replaces the constant readiness to justify yourself. This shift also changes how you approach challenges. Without fear of harsh self-judgment, you take healthy risks. You try new things without needing perfect outcomes. Failure becomes information instead of evidence against your worth. Confidence grows because it is not tied to flawless performance. Relationships improve as well. When you are less critical of yourself, you become less critical of others. You listen without projecting your own insecurities. You forgive mistakes more easily because you are practicing forgiveness within. This creates a warmer atmosphere around you, one where connection feels safer. There is also freedom in releasing comparison. The inner judge often measures your life against imagined standards or other people's paths. Quieting it allows you to move at your own pace. You stop rushing to match timelines that were never meant for you. Satisfaction replaces constant dissatisfaction. Over time, the voice softens into something wiser. It still guides you, but without cruelty. It points out areas for growth without turning them into personal failures. It becomes a mentor instead of a prosecutor. This balanced awareness supports progress while protecting your peace. As the silence deepens again, you realize that your worth was never meant to be decided by a running commentary in your head. You are allowed to exist without constant evaluation, allowed to rest without proving anything, allowed to learn without punishment. And in that acceptance, a gentle calm spreads through you. The mind becomes a place of support instead of scrutiny. You move through life with less fear of yourself, carrying a quiet confidence that does not depend on perfection. A calm presence that grows stronger the less it is judged. As the inner judge softens and its harsh voice fades into the background, you begin to notice how much of your exhaustion came from constant internal talking. Even when you were alone, even when everything outside was quiet, there was still a running dialogue inside your head, commenting, explaining, reacting, labeling every moment as if silence needed to be filled immediately. When that dialogue loosens, a new possibility appears, the ability to simply be without narrating the experience. At first, saying nothing internally feels unfamiliar. The mind is used to translating life into words, turning sensations into explanations, turning feelings into stories. Without that process, there is a brief sense of emptiness, like stepping into a room that has suddenly gone still. But this stillness is not absence. It is space. Space where tension can dissolve, where awareness can rest without effort. You begin to notice things you once overlooked. The sensation of air moving through your lungs, the quiet rhythm of your heartbeat, the subtle sounds around you that were drowned out by mental chatter. Life feels closer, less filtered. Instead of living through commentary, you experience it directly, moment by moment. This silence inside also calms the nervous system. Words carry emotional weight, even when they are unspoken. Constant internal language keeps the body alert, as if something always needs attention. When the dialogue stops, the body understands that it can relax. Muscles release, breathing deepens, the mind feels less crowded. There is also a freedom in not needing to respond to everything internally. A sudden memory appears, and instead of analyzing it, you let it pass. A feeling rises, and instead of explaining it, you allow it to exist without labels. This reduces the friction between you and your experience. You stop resisting what is happening and start allowing it. Decision-making becomes clearer as well. Without a flood of internal opinions, you can sense what feels right more easily. Intuition becomes audible when the noise fades. You trust your quiet understanding instead of second-guessing every step with endless internal debate. Relationships benefit from this inner silence too. When your mind is not busy forming responses or judgments, you listen more deeply. You notice tone, expression, pauses. Conversations become more genuine because you are present instead of rehearsing your next thought. Creativity also returns in subtle ways. Ideas surface from the quiet, not forced, not chased. Insights appear unexpectedly because the mind finally has room to wander without direction. This natural flow feels effortless compared to the strained thinking that once dominated. There is a gentle confidence that grows from being comfortable in this wordless space. You no longer fear quiet moments. You do not rush to distract yourself when nothing is happening. You understand that silence is not emptiness, but restoration, a return to balance after years of overstimulation. Over time, you realize that not every experience needs interpretation to be meaningful. Joy can exist without commentary. Peace can exist without explanation. Even discomfort becomes easier to handle when it is not surrounded by internal noise. As the stillness deepens once again, you feel something simple and grounding. The mind is no longer a place of constant conversation, but a quiet field where thoughts appear and disappear without pressure. In that field, you rest without effort, aware without strain. And in that quiet, you discover a form of power that does not depend on words, analysis, or control. The power of presence, the ability to exist fully in a moment without needing to describe it. A calm awareness that stays steady, carrying you gently through whatever comes next. As the inner silence becomes more familiar, another subtle habit begins to surface. The need to constantly explain yourself, even when no one has asked. You replay your actions, justify your decisions, defend your feelings in conversations that exist only in your mind. It is as if you are standing in an invisible courtroom, presenting arguments to an audience that is not there. This loop can run for hours, sometimes days, draining energy without changing anything in the real world. Self-explanation often comes from a deep desire to be understood. You want your choices to make sense, your reactions to be validated, your intentions to be seen clearly. When that understanding does not come immediately, the mind keeps rehearsing explanations, hoping to find the perfect version that will finally settle the discomfort. But the more you repeat the story, the more alive it becomes, keeping emotions from fading naturally. Breaking this loop begins with recognizing that not everything requires justification. You are allowed to make decisions without building a case for them afterward. You are allowed to feel without explaining why. The constant need to prove your perspective keeps you tied to situations that have already passed. Letting go of that need frees your attention for what is happening now. There is relief in accepting that some misunderstandings will remain unresolved. Not everyone will see your intentions the way you hoped. Not every conversation will end with clarity. When you stop trying to fix these gaps through endless mental rehearsals, you reclaim your peace. You allow reality to be incomplete without feeling threatened by it. This shift also quiets the urge to defend yourself against imagined criticism. The mind often assumes others are judging you more harshly than they actually are. So it prepares explanations in advance, building defenses against accusations that may never come. Without this habit, you move through life with less tension, less suspicion, more openness. Your body responds immediately. The tightness in your jaw eases. The restless energy in your chest softens. You breathe more deeply because you are no longer preparing to argue your case. Calm replaces the background stress that once felt normal. Relationships become simpler too. When you are not constantly explaining yourself internally, you communicate more directly when it matters and let go when it doesn't. Conversations feel lighter because they are not weighed down by unspoken defenses. You listen without filtering everything through how it reflects on you. You also rediscover trust in your own judgment. Self-explanation often hides doubt, a fear that you might be wrong or misunderstood. By stepping out of the loop, you learn to stand quietly in your decisions without needing constant reassurance. Confidence grows from this quiet acceptance. There is space now for new experiences. The mind is no longer occupied with replaying old ones. Creativity, curiosity, and presence return because your attention is not trapped in past scenarios. Life feels forward-moving again instead of stuck in replay. You may still notice the loop trying to restart, especially in moments of stress, but now you recognize it sooner. You gently step away instead of getting pulled in. You remind yourself that peace does not come from perfect explanations, but from allowing things to settle on their own. As the silence deepens once more, you realize that your life does not need a constant narrator defending every chapter. Some moments are meant to close quietly, without commentary. Some questions are meant to remain unanswered. And in that quiet acceptance, you feel lighter, free from the invisible courtroom, free from the need to justify your existence. Your mind becomes a place of presence instead of defense, steady and open, ready for whatever unfolds next without needing to explain it first. As the habit of explaining yourself begins to fade, you start to notice something even more subtle. The urge to name every feeling the moment it appears, to categorize it, define it, understand it, before it has even settled. Sad, anxious, frustrated, overwhelmed. Labels arrive quickly, as if emotions must be organized to be tolerated. But this constant naming keeps you inside the experience instead of allowing it to move through you naturally. Emotions are fluid by nature. They shift, blend, rise, and fall like waves. When you rush to label them, you freeze them in place. A passing tension becomes anxiety. A brief heaviness becomes sadness. A moment of discomfort becomes something that feels permanent. The label gives the feeling a structure, and the mind begins to treat it as something solid instead of something temporary. Letting go of the need to label creates space for emotions to unfold without pressure. You feel the sensation in your chest, your stomach, your throat, without needing to decide what it means. You notice warmth, tightness, heaviness, without turning it into a story about your life. This simple awareness allows the body to process feelings the way it was designed to. There is relief in not having to understand everything immediately. Some emotions are complex mixtures of past experiences, present stress, and physical fatigue. Trying to categorize them too quickly can distort them. When you allow them to exist without definition, clarity often comes on its own, or the feeling dissolves before a label is even needed. Your relationship with discomfort changes as well. Without labels, it feels less threatening. Instead of thinking something is wrong with you because you feel a certain way, you recognize that sensations come and go like weather. You stop identifying with them and start observing them as passing conditions. This freedom reduces overthinking. Labeling often leads to analysis, which leads to more thoughts, which keeps the emotion active. Without that chain, feelings move through quietly. You experience them without amplifying them. Calm returns faster because nothing is being held in place. You also become more present. Instead of being inside your head trying to categorize, you return to the raw experience of the moment. the texture of the air, the sound in the room, the rhythm of your breath. Life feels simpler when it is not filtered through constant interpretation of your internal state. Relationships benefit from this change too. When you are not preoccupied with defining your emotions, you listen more openly to others. You respond to what is happening instead of reacting from internal confusion. Conversations become clearer because you are grounded in the present rather than tangled in your feelings about it. There is also compassion that grows from this practice. You realize that others are moving through emotional states they may not fully understand either. Instead of expecting perfect clarity from them, you allow space for uncertainty. This softens judgments and deepens connection. Over time, you begin to trust your body's wisdom. It knows how to process emotions without constant mental supervision. Just as a wound heals without you thinking about it every minute, feelings resolve when given time and space. Your role becomes awareness, not control. As the silence deepens again, you realize that emotions were never meant to be pinned down like objects. They were meant to move, to inform, to pass. Freedom comes not from naming them perfectly, but from allowing them to exist without resistance. And in that freedom, a gentle calm spreads through you. The inner world feels less crowded, less urgent. You are no longer chasing definitions or explanations. You are simply present, steady, open, letting each feeling arrive and leave without needing to hold on to it. As you stop labeling every emotion, the boundary between you and your inner world becomes clearer. You begin to see that thoughts, like feelings, are events passing through awareness, not permanent parts of who you are. For a long time, it felt as if every thought carried your identity inside it. If the mind said something critical, you believed you were flawed. If it imagined failure, you felt incapable. If it replayed the past, you felt trapped in it. The line between thinker and thought was invisible. Silence is what begins to draw that line again. Over-identification happens when thoughts are treated as facts instead of mental activity. The brain produces ideas constantly, but when you attach to them, they become heavy and personal. A single sentence in your mind can shape your mood, your confidence, even your sense of direction. Without awareness, you start living inside your thoughts instead of inside reality. Silence interrupts this process. When the internal dialogue slows, thoughts lose their authority. They appear, but they no longer dominate. You see them the way you would notice passing traffic, present but not controlling your path. This distance is not detachment from life. It is clarity about what belongs to you and what does not. At first, this separation feels unusual. You may notice how quickly the mind tries to pull you back into identification. It presents familiar narratives, old fears, familiar doubts, hoping you will engage as before. But in the quiet, you recognize them sooner. You see them forming instead of becoming lost inside them. This awareness weakens their grip. There is relief in understanding that you do not have to solve or eliminate every thought. Many are simply echoes of past experiences, fragments of conversations, habits of worry. They arise automatically, not intentionally. When you stop treating them as personal truths, they become lighter, easier to release. Your sense of self begins to shift as well. Instead of defining yourself by the content of your mind, you connect with the awareness behind it, the steady presence that notices thoughts without being shaken by them. This presence feels calm, spacious, unchanged, even when mental activity continues. Decision-making becomes clearer from this place. Instead of reacting to the loudest thought, You pause and consider what truly aligns with your values and reality. You respond intentionally rather than impulsively. This reduces regret and increases confidence because your actions come from clarity rather than mental noise. Emotional balance improves too. Thoughts that once triggered strong reactions now pass without leaving deep marks. Anxiety decreases because you are no longer interpreting every mental image as a prediction. Sadness softens because you are not reinforcing it with endless reflection. Calm becomes easier to access because it is no longer buried under identification. Relationships benefit from this shift. When you are not entangled in your own thoughts, you are more present with others. You listen without projecting assumptions. You respond without defensiveness. Connection becomes simpler because you are not filtering everything through internal narratives. There is also a quiet freedom in not needing your thoughts to validate your existence. You do not need constant mental reassurance to feel secure. You trust the steadiness beneath the activity. This trust allows you to move through uncertainty without losing your center. Over time, silence becomes a refuge you can return to whenever the mind becomes loud. A place where thoughts can settle without pressure. A reminder that you are not the noise inside your head, but the awareness that hears it. As the stillness deepens once more, you feel the difference clearly. Thoughts continue to come and go, but they no longer define you. You remain steady while they move, grounded while they shift. Identity returns to something quieter, deeper, more stable. And in that quiet, you discover a powerful truth. Peace was never about controlling your thoughts. It was about remembering that they were never you to begin with. As you begin to separate yourself from the constant stream of thoughts, a surprising invitation appears. To stop. Not because you are tired, not because there is nothing to do, but simply because you choose to pause. For a mind trained to measure worth by activity, this can feel almost uncomfortable. Doing nothing on purpose seems unnatural in a world that praises movement, productivity, and visible effort. Yet, in this stillness, something essential begins to return. For most of your life, rest has been treated as a reward earned after exhaustion. You stop only when you can't continue. Even then, your mind keeps moving, planning what comes next, reviewing what just happened. True stillness, where both body and mind are allowed to be idle without guilt, is rare. The Stoics understood that intentional inactivity is not laziness. It is restoration, a necessary counterbalance to action. At first, the urge to fill the space is strong. You may feel compelled to check something, adjust something, start something new. The brain searches for stimulation because it is used to constant input. Sitting quietly without purpose can bring a strange sense of unease, as if you are forgetting something important. But this discomfort is only a sign that your system is recalibrating. As you remain still, the body begins to release tension you didn't realize you were carrying. Your shoulders drop, your jaw unclenches, your breathing deepens naturally. Without tasks demanding attention, the nervous system shifts from alertness to recovery. Energy starts to rebuild instead of being continuously spent. Your thoughts also begin to slow. Without new input or problems to solve, the mental current loses momentum. Gaps appear between thoughts, small pockets of quiet that expand the longer you remain still. In these gaps, clarity often emerges without effort. Ideas surface gently instead of being forced. Insights arrive without pressure. Doing nothing on purpose also reconnects you with simple awareness. You notice sensations you usually ignore. The feeling of the chair supporting you, the rhythm of your breath, the faint sounds in the distance. These ordinary details anchor you in the present, reminding you that life continues even when you are not actively managing it. There is freedom in realizing that your existence does not depend on constant output. You are allowed to be without producing, without achieving, without proving anything. This understanding softens the pressure you place on yourself. It creates a sense of permission to rest without guilt. Over time, patience grows from this practice. You become less reactive because you are used to pausing before acting. Decisions feel less rushed, more considered. You trust that taking time does not mean losing momentum. It means moving forward with steadiness instead of strain. Creativity also benefits from these quiet pauses. When the mind is not occupied with tasks, it wanders in new directions. Connections form between ideas that once seemed unrelated. Inspiration appears in the stillness that busyness never allowed. Relationships change too. You bring a calmer presence into interactions because you are not operating from depletion. You listen without impatience. You respond without rushing to move on. Others feel the difference, even if they cannot explain it. As this practice deepens, you discover that doing nothing is not empty. It is full of subtle restoration. A reset that prepares you for meaningful action instead of constant motion. You learn to step out of the current without fear of falling behind. And in the quiet that follows, you realize that life does not demand your attention every second. The world continues to turn while you sit in stillness. Nothing collapses because you paused. Instead, you return stronger, clearer, more grounded. In that realization, a gentle peace settles over you. You are no longer driven by the need to keep moving. You understand that true strength includes the ability to stop, to rest deliberately, to exist without urgency. And in that deliberate stillness, you rediscover yourself, not as a role, not as a set of responsibilities, but as a presence that is whole even in silence, steady even in complete stillness. As you grow comfortable with doing nothing on purpose, another restless habit begins to reveal itself. The need to finish every open loop in your mind, to resolve every unanswered question, every unresolved conversation, every uncertain outcome before you can feel at peace. The mind keeps reaching back toward unfinished situations, searching for a sense of completion that may never arrive. This chase for mental closure quietly steals your attention from the present. Humans are wired to seek resolution. Uncertainty feels like a loose thread that demands to be tied. When something ends without explanation, the mind fills the silence with theories, replaying events to extract meaning. It believes that if it can just understand why, the discomfort will disappear. But most of the time, this search only deepens the attachment to what cannot be changed. Training yourself not to chase closure begins with accepting that some questions remain open, not because you failed to think hard enough, but because life does not always offer clear endings. People leave without explanation, opportunities fade without warning, situations dissolve without giving you the final conversation you hoped for. Peace comes not from solving these mysteries, but from allowing them to exist without answers. At first, this acceptance feels uneasy. The mind returns to the same scenes, trying once more to rewrite them. But instead of engaging, you gently step back. You remind yourself that revisiting the past will not alter it. The energy once spent on analysis becomes available for healing. You also learn to recognize how closure is often confused with control. The mind wants a neat conclusion because it fears unpredictability. Yet life moves in unfinished chapters. When you stop demanding perfect endings, you become more resilient. You adapt to change without needing everything to make sense immediately. Your body responds to this release. The tension in your chest eases because you are no longer bracing for resolution. Sleep improves because the mind is not working overtime to close loops that cannot be closed. You wake with a quieter awareness, less burdened by unfinished stories. Relationships benefit from this shift as well. You stop expecting others to provide the closure you seek. You no longer pressure conversations to resolve every misunderstanding. You allow space for distance, for growth, for silence. This creates healthier boundaries and reduces emotional strain. There is also a deeper trust that develops. Trust that time will soften what clarity cannot. Trust that new experiences will gradually replace the weight of old ones. Trust that you can move forward even while some parts of your past remain incomplete. You begin to see that closure is not something given to you. It is something you create by choosing to stop reopening the wound, by deciding that your peace matters more than your need to fully understand. This decision does not erase the past, but it frees you from living inside it. As the stillness deepens once again, you feel the space that appears when the chase ends. Your mind is no longer running in circles around unanswered questions. It is resting in what is here now, where life continues to unfold without waiting for explanations. And in that quiet acceptance, you discover a steady calm. You realize that not every door needs to be closed for you to walk away. Some can remain open behind you while you move toward something new. Your path forward does not depend on finishing the past. It depends on your willingness to release it. In that release, peace returns gently, like a tide settling after a storm. Not because everything was resolved, but because you stopped demanding that it be. As you loosen your grip on the need for closure, you begin to feel just how tired your mind has been. Not the kind of tired sleep can fix, but a deep exhaustion from constant thinking, analyzing, remembering, anticipating. It has been running for so long that you forgot what it feels like to truly stop. Even during rest, it kept working in the background, like a machine that was never switched off. Silence is what finally allows that machine to power down. Mental exhaustion often hides behind productivity. You keep moving, keep solving, keep responding, because slowing down would reveal how drained you really are. The moment quiet appears, the fatigue surfaces. Thoughts feel heavy, concentration slips, motivation fades. This is not weakness. It is the natural result of a mind that has been overloaded without recovery. Letting silence dissolve this exhaustion begins with allowing yourself to be still without trying to fix the tiredness. The mind does not need another task, another strategy, another distraction. It needs absence of demand. When you stop feeding it new input, it begins to settle on its own. The way stirred water becomes clear when left undisturbed. At first, you may notice restlessness. The brain searches for something to engage with, uncomfortable with the lack of stimulation. But if you remain in the quiet, this restlessness slowly burns out. What follows is a gentle heaviness, a signal that the nervous system is shifting into recovery. Your breathing deepens, your body softens, your thoughts slow without effort. Silence also removes the pressure to perform mentally. You are not required to be sharp, productive, or insightful in these moments. You are simply present. This permission lifts a hidden burden you have been carrying, the expectation to always be on. Without that pressure, energy begins to return in quiet waves. Your senses awaken in subtle ways. You notice the calm in the room, the steady rhythm of your breath, the feeling of gravity holding you in place. These simple anchors pull you out of the fog of exhaustion and into a grounded awareness. Instead of forcing your mind to recover, you allow it to reconnect with the present. Emotions may surface during this process. Fatigue often masks feelings that were pushed aside while you were busy coping. Silence creates space for them to rise and release without resistance. You do not analyze them. You let them move through, trusting that expression is part of healing. Sleep improves as well. When the mind has tasted true quiet during the day, it becomes easier for it to let go at night. Racing thoughts lose momentum. Rest becomes deeper, more restorative, because your system remembers how to switch off instead of hovering in half-alertness. Creativity returns slowly, not forced, but natural. Ideas begin to form again because the mind is no longer overwhelmed. Clarity replaces confusion because there is room to think without pressure. You start to feel capable again, not because you pushed harder, but because you allowed recovery. Relationships benefit from this renewal. When you are less mentally drained, you bring more patience and presence into interactions. You listen without feeling overwhelmed. You respond without irritation. Others feel the steadiness in you, even if they cannot explain it. Over time, you realize that silence is not empty time. It is nourishment for the mind, a quiet repair process happening beneath awareness. The more you allow it, the more resilient you become, able to face challenges without collapsing into exhaustion. As the stillness deepens once more, you feel a calm clarity spreading through you. The fog lifts, the tension eases. You are no longer operating on reserve energy. You are replenished from the inside out. And in that restored quiet, you understand something simple and powerful. The mind does not need to be pushed to function well. It needs to be allowed to rest. Silence becomes the medicine that no amount of effort could provide, gently dissolving the fatigue you carried for far too long. As the mental exhaustion begins to lift, another pattern quietly steps into view. The mind drifting backward, returning to moments that have already ended. Conversations replayed with different responses. Mistakes examined from every angle. Memories revisited not to learn, but to relive the feeling they left behind. It happens automatically, especially in quiet moments, as if the past is pulling you back to unfinished emotional business. Replaying past events feels like control, like you are trying to correct what cannot be changed. The Stoics saw this clearly. They understood that suffering often comes not from the event itself, but from the mind's refusal to release it. When you replay a moment, your body reacts as if it is happening again. The same tension returns, the same regret, the same anger or embarrassment. You are living twice through something that only occurred once. The Stoic approach begins with accepting the permanence of what has passed, not as resignation, but as clarity. The past is fixed, beyond negotiation. No amount of mental revision can alter it. When you fully accept this, the urge to replay loses its purpose. You realize that revisiting it does not protect you, it only prolongs the pain. Attention returns to the present moment, where your actual influence exists. Instead of asking what you should have done, you ask what you can do now. This shift transforms regret into responsibility. You learn from the memory without living inside it. The lesson remains, but the emotional charge fades. There is also compassion in this process. You recognize that the person who made those past decisions did so with the knowledge and capacity available at the time. Judging that version of yourself by who you are now creates unnecessary harshness. When you offer understanding instead of criticism, the memory softens. It becomes part of your story rather than a wound you keep reopening. Forgiveness plays a role too, not only toward yourself, but toward others involved in those memories. Holding on to resentment ties you to the event just as strongly as regret does. Letting go does not excuse what happened. It frees you from carrying it forward. Your energy returns to the present instead of being anchored in the past. Your body begins to relax as this release deepens. The tightness associated with certain memories fades. Sleep improves because the mind is no longer revisiting the same scenes at night. You wake with a lighter feeling, less burdened by things that cannot be altered. You also regain trust in your ability to move forward. When the past stops dominating your attention, the future feels less intimidating. You approach new experiences without the shadow of old mistakes defining your expectations. Confidence grows from this freedom. Relationships improve as well. You stop projecting past hurts onto current interactions. You listen more openly because you are not filtering everything through old experiences. Connection becomes possible without the interference of unresolved memories. Over time, the memories remain but lose their sharp edges. They become quiet reference points rather than emotional triggers. You can recall them without being pulled back into them. This is not forgetting. It is integration, allowing the past to exist without controlling the present. As the silence deepens once more, you feel the difference clearly. Your mind is no longer looping through what cannot be undone. It is resting in what is happening now, where life is still unfolding, still offering new choices. And in that grounded awareness, a steady calm settles in. You realize that peace was never about erasing the past. It was about refusing to live there. The present moment becomes your true home again, steady and open, untouched by what has already been carried long enough. As the pull of the past finally loosens, you may notice something unfamiliar taking its place. A quiet space where thoughts used to be. Moments when the mind is not racing, not planning, not remembering, just empty. For many people, this mental blankness feels unsettling at first. You might wonder if something is wrong, if you are losing sharpness, if you should be thinking about something important. But this emptiness is not a problem. It is recovery. The mind has been conditioned to equate constant activity with safety. If it is busy, it feels prepared. If it is quiet, it feels exposed. So when blankness appears, a subtle fear arises, pushing you to fill the space with noise again. Yet the Stoics understood that this empty space is where clarity is born. A mind that never pauses cannot see clearly. It only reacts. Allowing mental blankness is like letting a shaken snow globe settle. At first, particles still drift through the water, but eventually everything becomes still and transparent. In that stillness, perception sharpens without effort. You see things as they are instead of through layers of mental commentary. Your body responds to this quiet as well. Without constant thinking, your nervous system shifts into a deeper state of rest. The tension behind your eyes fades. Your breathing becomes slow and natural. You feel grounded, as if you have returned to something steady that was always there beneath the noise. There is also freedom in not needing to occupy every second with thought. You can sit, walk, or lie down without reaching for stimulation. You discover that existence itself is enough in those moments. This realization removes the pressure to constantly produce ideas, solutions, or plans. Creativity benefits from this emptiness too. When the mind is full, there is no room for new insight. In blankness, ideas appear gently, not forced, not chased. Solutions arrive without struggle because the space exists for them to form. What once felt like doing nothing becomes the foundation for meaningful thought later. You may also notice a subtle confidence growing. You no longer fear silence inside yourself. You trust that your mind will function when needed, even after periods of stillness. This trust replaces the anxiety that once demanded constant mental engagement. Relationships change as well. When you are comfortable with internal quiet, you are not desperate to fill every external silence. Conversations feel calmer, more authentic. You listen without rushing to respond. Others sense this steadiness and relax in your presence. Over time, mental blankness becomes a refuge rather than a threat, a place you can return to when life becomes overwhelming. You learn that clarity, patience, and resilience grow in this quiet soil. It is not emptiness in the sense of lack, but emptiness in the sense of openness. There is also a deeper awareness that emerges. Without constant thought, you notice subtle feelings, quiet intuitions, and the simple rhythm of being alive. Life feels less rushed, less fragmented. You move through it with a calm attentiveness that thinking alone could never provide. As the silence deepens once again, you feel a gentle peace spreading through your mind. Nothing is demanding your attention. Nothing is pulling you away from the present. You are simply here, steady and awake, without needing to define the experience. And in that still, open space, you realize something profound. You were never meant to live in constant mental motion. Your mind, like your body, needs moments of complete rest to remain strong. Mental blankness is not emptiness to fear, but quiet strength restoring itself. A calm center you can return to whenever the world becomes too loud. As mental blankness becomes less frightening and more familiar, you start to see just how many thoughts rush in to fill that space the moment it opens. They arrive quickly, competing for attention, each one presenting itself as important. Some sound urgent, others emotional, others strangely persuasive. For years you may have assumed that every thought deserved to be examined, solved, or followed. But in the quiet, a different truth begins to surface. Not every thought is meaningful. Not every thought is wise. Many are simply noise. The mind produces thoughts the way the lungs produce breath, automatically, constantly, without asking permission. Some come from memory, some from fear, some from habit, some from physical states like hunger or fatigue. When you treat all of them as equally important, your attention becomes scattered. You spend energy responding to mental impulses that were never meant to guide your life. Learning that not all thoughts deserve attention is deeply freeing. It allows you to choose where your focus goes instead of being dragged by whatever appears next. You begin to notice the difference between thoughts that serve you and those that drain you. Helpful thoughts feel steady, grounded, constructive. Unhelpful ones feel repetitive, dramatic, or urgent without direction. The Stoics practiced this discrimination carefully. When a thought appeared, they asked whether it was within their control, whether it aligned with their values, whether it led to action or only agitation. If it failed these tests, they let it pass without engagement. This protected their peace without requiring them to silence the mind entirely. Your body reflects this change. When you stop reacting to every thought, tension decreases. You are no longer pulled into cycles of worry or irritation triggered by passing mental events. Calm becomes your default instead of something you must struggle to regain. There is also clarity in recognizing how many thoughts are echoes of past conditioning. Old fears repeat themselves even when the situation has changed. Old criticisms resurface even when they no longer apply. By refusing to give them attention, you weaken their influence. Over time, they appear less often because they are no longer reinforced. Decision-making improves as well. Instead of reacting to the loudest or most emotional thought, you pause and consider what truly matters. You act from intention rather than impulse. This reduces regret and strengthens confidence in your choices. Relationships benefit from this discipline too. You become less reactive because you are not automatically believing every interpretation your mind produces. You listen more openly, respond more thoughtfully, and avoid unnecessary conflict created by misread assumptions. There is also a quiet strength in knowing that attention is a limited resource. Where you place it shapes your experience of life. When you stop feeding trivial or harmful thoughts, you have more energy for creativity, connection, and purposeful action. Over time, your mind becomes a calmer place. Not because thoughts have stopped appearing, but because they are no longer all treated as commands. You observe them with distance, selecting which ones to follow and which ones to release. As the silence deepens again, you feel a sense of authority over your inner world. The chaos of constant thinking gives way to a steady awareness that chooses rather than reacts. Peace becomes sustainable because it is protected by discernment. And in that clarity, you realize something simple but powerful. Your thoughts are visitors, not rulers. You do not have to entertain all of them. You are free to let most pass by, keeping your attention for what truly deserves it. The present moment, the people in front of you, and the quiet strength growing inside you. As you learn that not every thought deserves your attention, another layer of tension begins to reveal itself. The quiet pressure to control what happens next, to predict outcomes, shape reactions, secure guarantees before you allow yourself to relax. It shows up in subtle ways, replaying decisions to ensure they lead somewhere safe, worrying about how others will respond, trying to manage every variable so nothing unexpected disrupts your peace. This need for control often grows from fear of uncertainty. If you can control the outcome, you believe you can avoid disappointment, embarrassment, or loss. The mind treats unpredictability as danger, even when it is simply the natural flow of life. So it works tirelessly, planning, adjusting, rehearsing, as if the future can be negotiated into submission. But the Stoics understood a different truth. Peace does not come from controlling outcomes. It comes from controlling your response to whatever unfolds. They focused on effort, intention, and character, the parts of life within reach, while accepting that results belong to forces beyond personal command. This acceptance was not passive. It was liberating. Releasing the need to control outcomes begins with recognizing how little control you truly had all along. You can influence events, but you cannot guarantee them. Other people's choices, timing, chance, and countless unseen factors shape what happens. When you stop carrying responsibility for the uncontrollable, your shoulders feel lighter, your breath easier. Your body responds immediately to this release. The constant tension of anticipation softens. You no longer brace for impact because you are not trying to prevent every possible scenario. Instead, you develop resilience. The confidence that you can handle whatever comes, even if it is not what you wanted. Decision-making becomes simpler too. Without obsessing over outcomes, you focus on doing what feels right in the present. You act according to your values rather than fear of consequences. This clarity reduces hesitation and regret because your choices are grounded in integrity instead of anxiety. Relationships also change in a gentle way. You stop trying to control how others see you or how they respond. You allow people to be who they are without constant management. This creates space for genuine connection, free from the tension of expectation. There is freedom in accepting that uncertainty is not your enemy. It is the open field where life unfolds. When you release the need for guarantees, you become more adaptable, more open to opportunities that rigid control would have blocked. You also rediscover trust, not blind optimism, but quiet confidence in your ability to navigate whatever arises. This trust replaces the exhausting vigilance that once consumed your energy. You no longer need to monitor every possibility to feel safe. Over time, peace becomes less fragile. It does not depend on everything going your way. It exists because you are no longer fighting the natural unpredictability of life. You move with events instead of against them. As the silence deepens once more, you feel a calm steadiness settling in your chest. The future is still unknown, but it no longer feels threatening. It feels open, spacious, full of possibilities you do not need to control to experience. And in that quiet acceptance, you realize something powerful. Control was never the source of safety you thought it was. Your strength comes from adaptability, from presence, from the ability to meet life as it arrives. When you stop gripping the wheel so tightly, the journey becomes smoother, lighter, and far less exhausting to travel. As you loosen your grip on controlling outcomes, another subtle habit begins to fade into view. The constant search for certainty inside your own mind. The need to feel completely sure before you act, before you decide, before you relax. It feels responsible, even wise, to eliminate doubt before moving forward. But this pursuit of mental certainty often keeps you frozen, waiting for a clarity that rarely arrives. The mind craves certainty because it believes clarity equals safety. If everything is known, nothing can surprise you. If every variable is understood, nothing can hurt you. So it scans for guarantees, analyzes possibilities, rechecks decisions, trying to eliminate every trace of doubt. Yet life does not operate on guarantees. It moves through shifting conditions, incomplete information, and changing perspectives. The Stoics saw certainty as something limited to your character, not your circumstances. You could be certain about your intentions, your effort, your values. Everything else belonged to the unpredictable flow of existence. When you accept this, the pressure to mentally solve the future begins to dissolve. Ending the habit of seeking certainty starts with allowing doubt to exist without treating it as danger. Uncertainty becomes something you carry lightly instead of something you must eliminate. You move forward even while questions remain unanswered. This builds courage because action no longer depends on perfect confidence. Your body responds to this shift in a surprising way. The tightness that comes from overthinking softens. Your breathing steadies because you are not holding yourself in suspense. The nervous system relaxes when it no longer has to maintain constant vigilance for absolute clarity. Decision-making becomes more natural as well. Instead of waiting until you feel completely sure, you act based on what is reasonable and aligned with your values. You adjust as needed, trusting your ability to navigate rather than predict. This flexibility reduces fear of mistakes because you know you can respond if things change. Relationships improve too. You stop needing reassurance for every choice or emotion. You allow conversations to remain open-ended instead of forcing conclusions. Others feel less pressure around you because your calm does not depend on everything being defined. There is also creativity that returns when certainty is no longer required. Exploration becomes possible again. You try new paths without needing proof they will succeed. Curiosity replaces hesitation because the unknown feels like opportunity instead of threat. Over time, confidence shifts from being based on certainty to being based on adaptability. You trust your resilience more than your predictions. You realize that stability comes from your ability to respond, not from knowing everything in advance. As the silence deepens once again, you feel a quiet steadiness inside you. Questions still exist, possibilities remain open, but your peace is no longer tied to resolving them. The mind rests in a place that does not require guarantees to feel safe. And in that calm acceptance, you discover something freeing. Life was never meant to be fully understood before it is lived. Certainty is not the prerequisite for peace. Presence is. When you stop chasing perfect clarity, you finally step into the flow of experience itself, steady, open, and unburdened by the impossible task of knowing what cannot be known. As the need for certainty begins to loosen, you start to notice what has been hiding beneath it all along. A quiet current of anxiety that once drove the search for answers, control, and reassurance. Anxiety feeds on noise. It grows in the constant mental chatter, in the endless scanning for threats, in the pressure to predict what might go wrong. When everything becomes quiet, its foundation begins to weaken. Anxiety survives by pulling your attention into the future. It whispers about possibilities, worst-case scenarios, imagined losses. It convinces your body that danger is close, even when nothing is happening in the present moment. Your heart races, your muscles tense, your breathing shortens, preparing for something that exists only in thought. The more you engage with these signals, the stronger the cycle becomes. Silence interrupts this loop at its source. When you step into quiet without feeding the stream of worries, the mind loses the fuel it depends on. Without new fears to analyze or problems to solve, the nervous system begins to realize that there is no immediate threat. Gradually, the body shifts out of survival mode and into recovery. At first, anxiety may resist the silence. You might feel restless, uneasy, as if something important is being ignored. This is simply the momentum of the habit slowing down. If you remain still, breathing steadily, the urgency fades. You begin to feel the difference between actual danger and imagined tension. Your awareness returns to the present moment, where anxiety has less power. You notice the stability around you, the room, the air, the simple fact that you are safe right now. This grounding weakens the future-focused fear that once dominated your thoughts. Silence also allows you to observe anxiety without merging with it. You feel the sensations, the tight chest, the quick breath, without adding stories to them. Without mental reinforcement, these sensations peak and then subside naturally. You discover that anxiety can move through you without controlling you. Sleep improves as well. When the mind is not rehearsing fears at night, the body can fully relax. Rest becomes deeper, restoring energy that anxiety once drained. You wake with more clarity because your system has had time to reset. Relationships benefit from this calm presence. You respond with patience instead of tension. You listen without anticipating problems. Others feel the steadiness in you, and interactions become less charged. There is also a growing confidence that comes from facing anxiety without running from it. You learn that silence is not emptiness, but strength. It is the space where fear dissolves because it cannot survive without constant stimulation. Over time, anxiety loses its authority. It may still appear, but it no longer dictates your actions. You recognize it as a temporary state, not a permanent condition. Your attention returns to what is real instead of what is imagined. As the stillness deepens once again, you feel a grounded calm spreading through your body. The tension that once felt normal is replaced by ease. Breathing becomes smooth, thoughts become lighter. The present moment feels enough. And in that quiet, you realize something powerful. Anxiety was never invincible. It depended on noise, on urgency, on the illusion of constant danger. Silence gently removes those supports, revealing a steadiness that was always beneath the surface. A calm center that remains even when the world outside feels uncertain. As anxiety loosens its grip in the quiet, you begin to notice another source of subtle tension that has followed you for years. Questions that were never answered. Situations that ended without clarity. Mysteries about people, about timing, about why things unfolded the way they did. The mind keeps returning to them, not because answers are coming, but because it struggles to live with the unknown. Unfinished questions create a quiet background noise. Even when you are focused on something else, part of your attention drifts back, searching for resolution. Why did that happen? What did they really mean? What would have changed if you had chosen differently? These questions feel important, as if solving them would bring peace. But often, they only reopen the same uncertainty. The Stoics practiced a different approach. They accepted that some questions belong to the nature of life itself, not to human understanding. Instead of chasing explanations, they focused on what could still be lived. They understood that peace comes not from solving every mystery, but from learning to coexist with them. Accepting unfinished questions begins with allowing the discomfort they bring. The urge to analyze, to revisit, to seek closure may still appear, but instead of following it, you sit with the uncertainty. You let the question exist without demanding an answer. This patience softens the tension that once made uncertainty feel unbearable. There is humility in recognizing the limits of knowledge. You cannot know every motive, every hidden factor, every future consequence. Life is shaped by countless variables beyond personal awareness. When you stop expecting complete understanding, you release yourself from an impossible task. Your body responds to this acceptance. The tightness that comes from mental searching eases. You breathe more freely because you are not holding yourself in suspense. Sleep becomes calmer because the mind is no longer chasing answers in the dark. Relationships also become lighter. You stop trying to decode every action or silence from others. You allow people to remain complex, even mysterious. This reduces misunderstandings and prevents unnecessary emotional strain. There is also freedom in shifting your focus from explanation to experience. Instead of asking why something happened, you ask how you want to live now. This forward movement transforms uncertainty into space for new meaning. Over time, you develop resilience toward the unknown. Questions no longer feel like threats to your stability. They become part of the landscape of life, present but not dominating. Curiosity replaces anxiety. Openness replaces frustration. You may even discover a quiet beauty in not knowing everything. The future feels less rigid, more alive. Possibilities remain open instead of locked into predicted outcomes. This openness allows for surprise, growth, and change. As the silence deepens once more, you feel a calm acceptance settling within you. The unanswered questions remain, but they no longer disturb your peace. They exist like distant stars, visible, intriguing, but not demanding your constant attention. And in that calm, you realize something gentle and profound. Understanding is not the only path to peace. Sometimes peace comes from letting the questions rest where they are, trusting that your life can move forward even without full clarity. You walk on with steady steps, carrying wisdom instead of answers, grounded in the present where certainty was never required to begin with. As you grow more at ease with unanswered questions, a deeper challenge quietly appears. The raw feeling of discomfort itself, not the questions about it, not the story around it, just the sensation in your body when something feels wrong, uncertain, or painful. For years, the mind learned to escape these moments instantly. It searched for distraction, explanation, reassurance, anything to move away from the feeling as quickly as possible. Discomfort became something to outrun. The moment tension appeared, the mind rushed to solve, to fix, to numb. But constant escape teaches the nervous system that discomfort is dangerous, something that must never be faced directly. Over time, even small unease begins to feel overwhelming because you never allowed yourself to discover that it can be endured. The Stoics practiced the opposite. They trained themselves to remain present with discomfort without resistance. Not to suffer unnecessarily, but to learn that inner stability does not depend on perfect conditions. By sitting with difficulty calmly, they weakened fear at its root. Learning this begins with simple awareness. When discomfort appears, a tight chest, a restless feeling, a wave of sadness, you notice it without trying to push it away. You feel where it lives in your body. You breathe slowly, giving the sensation space instead of pressure. This alone begins to change your relationship with it. At first, the urge to escape will be strong. Your mind will offer distractions, explanations, reasons to move away. But if you stay still, something surprising happens. The intensity rises, then gradually softens on its own. You realize that discomfort is not endless. It moves like a wave, cresting and falling if you do not resist it. Your body learns from this experience. It discovers that tension does not mean danger. The nervous system becomes less reactive because it no longer expects immediate avoidance. Resilience grows quietly, not through force, but through familiarity. There is also clarity that emerges when you stop escaping. You see situations more honestly without the distortion created by panic. Decisions become wiser because they are not driven by the need to relieve discomfort instantly. Relationships benefit too. You become more patient with difficult conversations and emotional moments. Instead of shutting down or reacting impulsively, you remain present. Others feel heard because you are not trying to rush past the discomfort. Confidence grows from this practice. You trust your ability to face hard moments without collapsing. Challenges feel less threatening because you know you can stay grounded through them. This calm strength cannot be learned from theory. It comes from experience. Over time, discomfort loses its power to control your behavior. It becomes a signal rather than an enemy. You respond thoughtfully instead of reflexively. Life feels less fragile because you are no longer dependent on constant ease. As the silence deepens once again, you feel a steady warmth replacing the old urgency to escape. The mind rests even when things are not perfect. The body remains calm even when emotions are strong. And in that quiet endurance, you discover something profoundly stabilizing. Peace is not the absence of discomfort. It is the ability to remain present within it. When you stop running, you realize that strength was never about avoiding pain. It was about learning that you can sit with it, steady, breathing, unbroken, until it passes on its own. As you become stronger in sitting with discomfort, you start to recognize how often your emotional system has been pushed past its limit. Too many demands, too many expectations, too many unprocessed moments stacked on top of each other until everything begins to blur. Emotional overload does not always arrive with a dramatic breakdown. Sometimes it shows up as numbness, irritability, sudden exhaustion, or the feeling that even small things are too much to handle. When emotions accumulate without release, the mind tries to keep functioning as if nothing is wrong. You continue moving, continue responding, continue carrying what was never meant to be held all at once. But inside, pressure builds, thoughts become scattered, patience disappears, sensitivity increases. It feels as if your inner world has been flooded, leaving no stable ground to stand on. Silence becomes the reset your system has been quietly asking for. Not forced silence, not isolation filled with rumination, but a calm absence of demands. When external noise stops and internal commentary softens, the emotional storm begins to settle. You are no longer adding new stimuli to an already overwhelmed mind. At first, the quiet may reveal just how overloaded you were. Feelings you pushed aside may surface. Fatigue may become more noticeable. This is not regression. It is release. Your system is finally safe enough to process what was postponed. You allow these waves to pass without analyzing them, trusting that expression is part of restoration. Your breathing deepens naturally in this stillness. The nervous system shifts away from survival mode, where everything felt urgent, into recovery mode, where healing can occur. Muscles loosen. The pressure in your head eases. The constant alertness fades. You begin to feel grounded again. Clarity returns slowly, like light after heavy rain. Thoughts become more organized, decisions less overwhelming. What once felt impossible now appears manageable because your emotional capacity has been restored. You are not stronger because the world changed, but because you gave yourself space to reset. Relationships improve as well. Emotional overload often leads to miscommunication, impatience, or withdrawal. After silence has done its work, you approach others with more steadiness. You listen without feeling invaded, speak without feeling fragile. Connection becomes nourishing instead of draining. You also become more aware of your limits. Silence teaches you to notice early signs of overload before they reach crisis. You learn to step back sooner, to protect your energy instead of depleting it completely. This awareness prevents future overwhelm from building unnoticed. Creativity and curiosity return too. When your emotional system is no longer flooded, there is room for interest, for enjoyment, for inspiration. Life regains color after feeling dull or heavy. Over time, silence becomes a trusted refuge, a place you can return to whenever emotions become too intense. You no longer fear stepping away because you understand that pauses are not weakness. They are maintenance for the mind and heart. As the stillness deepens once more, you feel balanced again, as if your inner world has been gently reorganized. The chaos has settled into calm waters. You are present, steady, capable of meeting life without feeling overwhelmed by it. And in that quiet restoration, you realize something deeply comforting. You were never meant to carry everything at once. Silence is not escape from your emotions. It is the space where they can breathe, soften, and return to their natural rhythm. A reset that brings you back to yourself, ready to continue with a clearer mind and a lighter heart. As emotional balance returns and the inner world feels steadier, you begin to notice another habit that once felt normal: the constant need to keep your mind occupied, filling every quiet moment with something: scrolling, planning, remembering, worrying, replaying, anticipating. Mental busyness became a shield against stillness, a way to avoid facing what might surface if you stopped. For a long time, staying mentally busy felt productive, even necessary. A moving mind seemed like a strong mind, but beneath that motion was often fear of silence, fear of emptiness, fear of confronting thoughts and feelings that had been postponed. So the brain learned to generate activity on its own, like an engine idling even when the car was not moving. Breaking this compulsion begins with recognizing that constant thinking is not the same as clarity. Much of that activity is repetitive, not creative. It circles familiar concerns instead of solving them. When you slow down, you see how much of your energy was spent maintaining motion rather than direction. At first, stillness can feel uncomfortable. The mind searches for something to grab onto, something to analyze, something to distract itself with. It may even create artificial problems just to stay engaged. But if you resist the urge to follow, the momentum gradually fades. You realize that silence does not swallow you, it steadies you. Your body begins to relax in ways you did not expect. Without constant mental stimulation, your breathing becomes deeper, your muscles softer, your heartbeat slower. The nervous system shifts from alertness to calm, reminding you that you were not meant to operate at full speed all the time. There is freedom in discovering that you do not need to fill every gap. Waiting becomes restful instead of irritating. Quiet spaces become opportunities to recharge instead of moments to escape. You learn to sit, walk, or simply exist without searching for input. Creativity returns from this quiet space. A busy mind struggles to produce original thought because it is crowded with noise. When the clutter clears, new ideas appear naturally. Insight comes not from forcing the mind, but from giving it room. Relationships also benefit. You listen more fully because you are not multitasking mentally while others speak. Presence replaces distraction. Conversations become richer because you are actually there instead of partially elsewhere. Over time, you begin to value mental simplicity. You choose fewer inputs, fewer unnecessary worries, fewer self-imposed demands. Life feels slower, but also clearer. You move with intention instead of reacting to every stimulus. Confidence grows from this steadiness. You no longer fear quiet moments because you trust yourself in them. You understand that your worth does not depend on constant productivity or stimulation. You are allowed to rest without losing momentum. As the silence deepens once more, you feel a calm spaciousness inside your mind. Thoughts still arise, but they no longer rush or crowd. There is room to breathe, room to notice, room to simply be. And in that quiet openness, you realize something gentle but powerful. The compulsion to stay mentally busy was never about necessity. It was about habit. When the habit dissolves, you rediscover a slower rhythm that feels more human, more sustainable, more alive. A mind that is not constantly occupied becomes a place of clarity, peace, and quiet strength, ready to engage when needed, and at ease when nothing is required at all. As the compulsion to stay mentally busy begins to loosen, you become more aware of the thoughts that appear without invitation. Sudden images, unsettling ideas, random fears that feel out of place with who you are. Intrusive thoughts often shock you, not because they define you, but because they seem to come from nowhere. For years, the instinct may have been to fight them, analyze them, or push them away as quickly as possible. But resistance often gives them more strength. The more attention you give, the more significant they feel. The mind interprets your reaction as proof that the thought matters, so it returns again and again. What began as a passing mental event becomes a loop simply because it was fed with fear and engagement. The discipline lies in doing something that feels counterintuitive, allowing the thought to exist without responding to it. You notice it, acknowledge its presence, and then let it pass without argument. You do not try to prove it wrong. You do not try to erase it. You refuse to give it the energy it needs to grow. At first, this feels uncomfortable. The mind wants resolution, reassurance, control. It may whisper that ignoring the thought is dangerous, that you must examine it to stay safe. But if you remain calm, you begin to see that the thought fades on its own, like a sound that disappears when you stop listening for it. Your body learns from this calm response. Instead of triggering panic, the nervous system remains steady. The absence of reaction teaches the brain that the thought is not a threat. Over time, the frequency and intensity decrease because the habit of feeding them has been broken. There is also compassion in this practice. Intrusive thoughts are often fragments of stress, fatigue, or past experiences surfacing without context. They are not moral failures or hidden desires. Treating them with calm neutrality removes the shame that keeps them alive. You begin to trust your awareness more than the content of the thought. You recognize that observing something does not mean you agree with it. Presence replaces panic. Stability replaces fear. This discipline extends beyond intrusive thoughts themselves. It strengthens your ability to choose where your attention goes in every area of life. You become less reactive, more deliberate, more grounded. External stress loses power when your inner response is steady. Relationships benefit as well. You carry less hidden tension, less anxiety about your own mind. You engage with others more freely because you are not preoccupied with internal battles. Over time, the mind feels quieter, not because thoughts have stopped appearing, but because they are no longer being amplified. Silence becomes the default instead of struggle. As the stillness deepens once more, you feel a quiet confidence growing. You are no longer afraid of what might arise in your mind. You know you can remain steady no matter what passes through. And in that calm strength, you realize something deeply reassuring. You are not responsible for every thought that appears. You are only responsible for whether you feed it. When you stop providing attention as fuel, even the most intrusive ideas lose their shape, dissolve into the quiet, and leave you anchored in the steady awareness that was never disturbed to begin with. As intrusive thoughts lose their power when you stop feeding them, another quiet release begins to unfold. The realization that you do not need to react to everything you encounter. For years, the mind may have felt obligated to form an opinion on every situation, every story, every decision made by others. It was as if silence meant indifference, and indifference meant weakness. So you evaluated, judged, agreed, disagreed, constantly taking positions even when nothing required one. This habit quietly drains energy. Every opinion carries emotional weight. It ties you to outcomes you cannot control and conflicts that are not yours to resolve. The more opinions you carry, the heavier your inner world becomes. You start feeling responsible for things far beyond your reach, as if your thoughts must respond to every movement in the world. Letting go of this compulsion brings unexpected freedom. You realize that neutrality is not apathy. It is peace. You can witness events without absorbing them. You can hear perspectives without needing to adopt or reject them immediately. Silence becomes a space where understanding can grow without pressure. At first, the mind may resist. It has been trained to categorize everything quickly, right or wrong, good or bad, for or against. Without this structure, it feels uncertain. But if you remain open, you begin to notice how much calmer it feels not to engage unnecessarily. Your attention is no longer scattered across countless issues that do not require your involvement. Relationships become easier as well. You listen more deeply because you are not preparing your stance while others speak. Conversations become exchanges instead of debates. People feel less judged around you, which creates a sense of safety and respect. Your emotional stability strengthens too. When you are not constantly forming opinions, you are less reactive to change. You adapt instead of resisting. Situations that once triggered frustration now pass by without disturbing your peace, because you are not invested in controlling how they should be. There is also wisdom in recognizing how little information you often have. Many opinions are formed from partial understanding, influenced by mood, environment, or limited perspective. By allowing yourself to remain undecided, you protect yourself from conclusions that may not reflect the full truth. Creativity and curiosity return in this openness. Without rigid viewpoints, you explore ideas more freely. You become interested in learning rather than defending positions. The mind feels lighter, more flexible, more receptive. Over time, you begin to choose carefully where your voice matters. When you do speak, it comes from clarity rather than compulsion. Your words carry more weight because they are not scattered across every issue. As the silence deepens once more, you feel a spacious calm inside you. The world continues to move, opinions continue to clash, but you are no longer pulled into every current. You stand steady, observing without being consumed. And in that quiet detachment, you discover something deeply liberating. You do not need to hold a position to have presence. You do not need to judge to understand. The freedom of not having an opinion on everything is the freedom to protect your peace, to reserve your energy for what truly matters, and to move through life with a calm mind that is not burdened by unnecessary noise. As you grow comfortable with not having an opinion on everything, a deeper stillness begins to take shape inside you. A state where the mind is no longer pulled toward approval or rejection, attraction or resistance. Mental neutrality is not emptiness, it is balance. The ability to meet situations without immediately coloring them with fear, excitement, judgment, or expectation. For years, the mind learned to react first and reflect later. Something happens, and instantly it decides whether it is good or bad, threatening or safe, unfair or deserved. These rapid evaluations create emotional turbulence, even when the situation itself is neutral. Mental neutrality interrupts that reflex. It allows you to pause before assigning meaning. At first, this pause feels unfamiliar. Without instant interpretation, the mind searches for its usual categories. It wants to label, to conclude, to feel certain about what is happening. But if you remain steady, you begin to see events more clearly. Without emotional distortion, reality appears simpler and less dramatic than your reactions once made it seem. Your body benefits from this calm perception. Emotional spikes become less frequent, which reduces stress on the nervous system. Heart rate stays steady, breathing remains smooth, muscles do not tense unnecessarily. You conserve energy because you are no longer riding constant waves of reaction. Decision-making improves as well. When you approach situations from neutrality, You are not clouded by immediate bias. You consider options with a clearer mind, choosing based on reason and values rather than emotional impulse. This leads to choices that feel grounded instead of rushed. Relationships become more harmonious too. Neutrality allows you to listen without defensiveness, to understand without feeling threatened. You respond thoughtfully instead of reacting automatically. Others feel respected because they are not met with instant judgment. There is also resilience in this balanced state. Life inevitably brings both pleasant and unpleasant experiences. When you meet them with neutrality, neither extreme destabilizes you. Success does not inflate you beyond control, and difficulty does not crush you. You remain steady through both, anchored in something deeper than circumstance. Mental neutrality does not remove emotion. It creates space around it. Feelings can arise without overwhelming you. You experience them fully, but you are not defined by them. This space allows wisdom to guide your actions instead of reflex. Over time, you discover a quiet confidence growing from this practice. You trust your ability to face uncertainty without needing immediate conclusions. Ambiguity no longer feels threatening because you are comfortable waiting for clarity to emerge naturally. Creativity and curiosity also flourish here. Without rigid expectations, you explore possibilities more openly. You see connections others might miss because your perception is not narrowed by strong reactions. As the silence deepens once again, you feel a calm equilibrium settling within you. The world continues its movement, full of unpredictability and contrast, but you remain centered. Your mind becomes like still water, reflecting events without distortion. And in that still reflection, you realize something quietly powerful. Neutrality is not detachment from life. It is mastery within it. The power to remain balanced when everything around you shifts. The strength to see clearly when others are lost in reaction. A calm presence that moves through life without being thrown off course, steady and composed, no matter what arrives next. As mental neutrality becomes more natural, you begin to notice how often your mind used to turn against itself. One part arguing for action, another resisting. One voice defending, another accusing. Internal arguments that replay conversations, question decisions, and reopen conflicts long after they ended. It can feel like being trapped in a room where no one ever agrees, yet no one ever leaves. These arguments drain energy because they never truly resolve anything. The mind keeps presenting new evidence, new interpretations, new emotional angles, hoping to reach a final verdict. But instead of closure, it creates exhaustion. Your body reacts as if the conflict were happening in real time. Tension rising, heart tightening, breath becoming shallow. Refusing to participate in these internal debates is not avoidance. It is clarity. You recognize that the argument is a loop, not a solution. Instead of choosing a side, you step back entirely. You observe the voices without identifying with any of them. This distance breaks the cycle because the argument cannot continue without your involvement. At first, the pull to re-engage is strong. The mind insists that the issue must be settled, that you need to prove something, understand something, defend something. But if you remain silent inside, the intensity fades. Without attention as fuel, the conflict loses momentum and dissolves on its own. Your body feels the relief immediately. Muscles soften, breathing steadies, the sense of urgency disappears. It becomes clear how much stress those invisible debates were creating. Silence restores the calm that argument stole. This practice also strengthens emotional maturity. You realize that not every disagreement, especially internal ones, requires resolution through force. Some tensions resolve through time, perspective, or simple acceptance. You allow complexity to exist without forcing it into neat conclusions. Relationships improve as well. When you stop arguing inside your head, you become less defensive in real conversations. You listen without preparing counterpoints. You respond without carrying the residue of imaginary disputes. Communication becomes clearer and more peaceful. There is also freedom in letting go of the need to be right within your own mind. Internal arguments often revolve around self-justification, guilt, or regret. By stepping away, you release the pressure to win against yourself. Compassion replaces conflict. Over time, your mind becomes quieter, more unified. Instead of competing voices pulling in different directions, there is a steady awareness guiding your actions. Decisions feel simpler because they are not filtered through endless internal debate. As the silence deepens once more, you feel a grounded calm spreading through you. The battlefield inside has emptied. The urgency to resolve everything has softened into patience. And in that quiet unity, you realize something profoundly freeing. Peace is not found by winning internal arguments. It is found by refusing to fight yourself at all. When you step out of the conflict, the mind returns to its natural state, clear, steady, and strong, no longer divided against itself, but whole and at rest. As the inner conflicts quiet down and the mind stops fighting itself, you begin to notice a different kind of exhaustion that had been hiding beneath the noise, the tiredness that comes from making too many decisions for too long. Every choice, big or small, pulling at your attention. What to say, what to do, what to fix, what to prioritize next. Decision fatigue builds quietly until even simple choices feel heavy and overwhelming. When the mind is overloaded with decisions, clarity fades. You second-guess yourself, delay action, or avoid choosing at all because it feels easier than risking the wrong move. Even things you once handled easily start to feel complicated. Irritability increases, patience shortens, motivation drops. It is not a lack of strength, it is depletion. Silence becomes the medicine that decision fatigue has been asking for. Not more analysis, not more planning, but a pause from choosing altogether. When you step into quiet, you temporarily release the responsibility to decide anything. You allow the mind to rest from evaluating options and predicting outcomes. At first, this stillness feels unusual. The brain may continue searching for problems to solve, tasks to organize, possibilities to weigh. But if you remain present without engaging, the mental pressure slowly eases. It is like setting down a heavy load you forgot you were carrying. Your nervous system shifts into recovery mode. The constant alertness that comes from decision-making fades, replaced by a steady calm. Breathing deepens, tension releases. The fog in your mind begins to lift. Energy that was drained by constant evaluation starts to rebuild. Clarity returns naturally when the mind is no longer forced. Solutions appear more easily, not because you chased them, but because you allowed space for them to surface. Choices that once felt overwhelming now seem manageable, even obvious. Your confidence grows from this restored clarity. You trust your ability to decide again because you are no longer operating from exhaustion. Patience returns, allowing you to consider options without rushing or freezing. Relationships benefit too. Decision fatigue often makes you short-tempered or withdrawn. With your energy restored, you engage more calmly, listen more carefully, respond with intention instead of frustration. You also become more aware of how many unnecessary decisions you were carrying. Silence teaches you to simplify, to focus on what truly matters, to let go of choices that do not require your energy. Life feels lighter when every moment is not a mental negotiation. Over time, you begin to use silence proactively, stepping into it before fatigue reaches its peak. It becomes a reset button you can press whenever your mind feels crowded, a reminder that rest is part of effectiveness, not an obstacle to it. As the stillness deepens once more, you feel steady and capable again. The overwhelm has softened into clarity. The urgency has been replaced by calm focus. And in that quiet restoration, you realize something deeply reassuring. You were never meant to decide everything without pause. Silence is where your mind recovers its strength, where wisdom returns after exhaustion fades. When you allow yourself this rest, decisions no longer feel like burdens. They become simple steps forward, taken with a clear mind and a peaceful heart. As your mind recovers from decision fatigue and clarity begins to return, you start to notice how quickly thoughts used to transform into emotions without your awareness. A single idea appearing in the mind, and seconds later, your mood would shift. Anxiety, irritation, sadness, excitement, all triggered before you even realized what had happened. It felt automatic, as if emotions were controlling you instead of the other way around. The Stoics trained themselves to interrupt this process at its earliest stage. They understood that emotions often begin as interpretations, not events. Something happens, the mind forms a judgment about it, and the body reacts to that judgment as if it were fact. By pausing before the judgment hardens, you create space where choice becomes possible. This pause is subtle but powerful. The moment you notice a thought forming, you resist the urge to follow it immediately. You do not push it away, and you do not let it run freely. You simply hold it in awareness for a breath or two. In that brief stillness, the emotional surge has not yet taken hold. At first, this requires patience. The mind is used to reacting instantly, so slowing down feels unnatural. But as you practice, you begin to sense the gap between stimulus and response. You realize that emotion is not inevitable. It is shaped by the meaning you assign to what you perceive. Your body benefits from this skill immediately. Instead of being swept into tension or agitation, you remain steady. Heart rate stays calm, breathing smooth, posture relaxed. The nervous system learns that it does not have to escalate at every signal. This pause also improves communication. When someone says something unexpected, you no longer react from the first emotional impulse. You listen, consider, and respond thoughtfully. Conversations become calmer because you are not amplifying tension with reflexive reactions. Decision-making becomes wiser too. You evaluate situations with clarity instead of emotional distortion. Choices are guided by values rather than momentary feelings. This reduces regret and strengthens trust in your own judgment. There is also resilience in knowing that you can face intense moments without losing balance. Challenges still arise, but they do not destabilize you as easily. You remain grounded because you are not merging instantly with every emotional wave. Over time, this pause becomes second nature. You notice thoughts early, before they gather momentum. You choose whether to engage, reinterpret, or let them pass. Emotional storms that once lasted hours now dissolve before they fully form. Relationships deepen because of this steadiness. Others feel safe around someone who does not react impulsively. Your presence becomes calming rather than volatile. You become a source of stability in situations that once would have overwhelmed you. As the silence deepens once more, you feel the power of this small but profound discipline. The mind is no longer a chain reaction. It is a space where awareness guides response. And in that quiet awareness, you realize something transformative. You cannot control every thought that appears, but you can choose whether it becomes emotion. That choice lives in the pause, a moment of stillness that protects your peace, preserves your clarity, and allows you to move through life with calm strength instead of reactive turbulence. As you grow more skilled at pausing before thoughts turn into emotions, another subtle habit begins to reveal itself. The constant need to explain everything to yourself. Why you felt a certain way, why something happened, why someone acted as they did, why you responded the way you did. It can feel like an endless internal briefing, as if your mind must justify every experience in order for you to feel at peace. At first, this seems helpful. Reflection can bring understanding, but over time, the urge to explain becomes compulsive. Instead of clarity, it creates more noise. You replay events not to learn, but to settle discomfort. You analyze your own motives as if you are both the judge and the one on trial. This internal interrogation keeps the mind active long after the moment has passed. Detaching from this urge brings unexpected relief. You begin to realize that not everything needs a narrative. Some feelings do not require explanation to be valid. Some situations remain unclear because life itself is complex. Silence allows experiences to exist without forcing them into tidy conclusions. When you stop explaining yourself to yourself, the mind finally rests. You are no longer trying to convince, justify, or interpret every detail of your inner world. Awareness replaces analysis. You simply notice what is present without building a story around it. At first, the absence of explanation can feel unsettling. The mind is used to closure, to answers, to certainty. Without them, it feels exposed. But if you remain calm, a deeper stability emerges. You realize that peace does not come from understanding everything. It comes from accepting what cannot be fully understood. Your body responds to this acceptance with calm. The tension created by overthinking dissolves. Breathing becomes slower, posture more relaxed, sleep more restful. The nervous system no longer feels trapped in constant problem-solving mode. This practice also nurtures self-compassion. Instead of scrutinizing your own actions harshly, you allow room for imperfection. You recognize that growth does not require endless self-criticism. Kindness replaces interrogation. Relationships benefit as well. When you stop over-analyzing yourself, you become less defensive with others. You listen more openly because you are not preoccupied with explaining your own position internally. Communication becomes more natural, less rehearsed. Creativity and intuition begin to surface too. A mind that is not crowded with explanations can sense subtler insights. You trust your instincts more because they are no longer buried beneath layers of analysis. Over time, you become comfortable with mystery. You allow life to unfold without needing to dissect every experience. Curiosity replaces the demand for certainty. You move through situations with openness rather than control. As the silence deepens once more, you feel lighter, as if a quiet burden has been lifted. The need to justify your existence to your own mind fades. You are present without commentary, steady without explanation. And in that quiet acceptance, you realize something deeply freeing. You do not need to understand yourself perfectly to live peacefully. You do not need to narrate your life to validate it. When you release the urge to explain everything, you return to a simpler state of being, aware, calm and whole, trusting that not every experience needs words to be complete. As the need to explain yourself softens and the mind grows quieter, a new space begins to open, one where experience is no longer filtered through endless interpretation. For years, analysis may have felt like protection. If you could understand everything, predict everything, break every moment into reasons and outcomes, then maybe nothing could hurt you or surprise you. But constant analysis often distances you from the very life you are trying to control. You start to notice how often your mind steps in between you and the moment. Instead of feeling joy, it evaluates it. Instead of feeling sadness, it dissects it. Instead of simply being present, it asks what this means, what comes next, what should be done. Life becomes something observed rather than lived. The courage to experience life without constant analysis begins with allowing moments to unfold without commentary. When something beautiful happens, you let it be beautiful without questioning how long it will last. When something painful happens, you let yourself feel it without searching for immediate lessons or explanations. You trust that experience itself carries its own wisdom. At first, this openness feels vulnerable. Without analysis as a shield, emotions feel closer, more immediate. The mind may worry that you will be overwhelmed or unprepared. But as you remain present, you discover that direct experience is not chaos. It is clarity. Feelings move through you naturally when they are not trapped in thought. Your senses sharpen in this presence. Colors seem richer, sounds clearer, time slower. You notice details that were once overlooked because your attention was consumed by thinking. Life regains texture and depth. Relationships become more authentic too. You listen fully instead of mentally rehearsing responses. You laugh without analyzing whether it is appropriate. You share moments without trying to control how they will be remembered. Connection becomes real because you are fully there. Decision-making also becomes more intuitive. Instead of analyzing endlessly, you sense what feels aligned and move forward with quiet confidence. This does not mean abandoning reason. It means balancing it with trust in your awareness. There is also relief in releasing the pressure to extract meaning from every experience. Some moments are simply meant to be lived, not interpreted. When you stop searching for hidden messages, you allow life to surprise you again. Resilience grows from this courage. You become less afraid of uncertainty because you know you can meet whatever arises directly. Analysis often amplifies fear by imagining countless possibilities. Presence anchors you in what is actually happening, which is usually far more manageable than the scenarios your mind creates. Over time, you begin to feel a quiet joy in simplicity. Sitting, walking, breathing, observing, these ordinary acts become enough. The mind no longer needs constant stimulation to feel alive. As the silence deepens once more, you feel yourself settling into the flow of life instead of standing apart from it. There is a softness in your awareness, a willingness to let each moment be what it is. And in that gentle presence, you realize something profoundly human. Life was never meant to be solved like a puzzle. It was meant to be experienced. When you release constant analysis, you return to a state of openness where wonder replaces worry and the mind finally rests, while the heart quietly remembers how to feel alive again. As you begin to experience life more directly, without dissecting every moment, you notice another quiet change unfolding. Your attention, once scattered across countless thoughts and distractions, starts to gather again. For years, constant stimulation trained the mind to jump rapidly from one thing to another. Messages, notifications, worries, memories, plans, each pulling your focus in different directions, until sustained attention began to feel almost impossible. A restless mind struggles to stay with anything for long. Even when you try to focus, there is an urge to check something, think about something else, or move on before the moment has fully unfolded. This fragmentation creates a sense of inner impatience, as if stillness itself has become uncomfortable. Silence becomes the gentle training ground where attention begins to heal. Without new input flooding your senses, the mind slowly relearns how to stay. At first, it resists. It searches for stimulation, replaying thoughts or inventing concerns just to fill the quiet. But if you remain patient, the urge weakens. Your awareness settles like dust in still air. Your breathing becomes an anchor. By returning to it again and again, you teach the mind that it is safe to rest on one point without drifting away. Each time attention wanders and you guide it back without frustration, you strengthen the ability to focus. This is not force, it is practice in gentleness. Your nervous system responds with calm. The constant micro-stress of divided attention fades, replaced by a steady alertness that feels both relaxed and awake. You begin to notice that focus does not require tension. It grows from stability. Daily life starts to change in subtle ways. Reading becomes easier because you are not rereading the same lines repeatedly. Conversations feel richer because you are fully listening instead of partially distracted. Tasks that once felt exhausting become manageable because your mind is not constantly splitting its energy. Creativity deepens too. Sustained attention allows ideas to develop instead of disappearing before they mature. You stay with problems long enough to understand them fully, leading to insights that quick thinking alone could not produce. There is also a sense of satisfaction that comes from completing things with full presence. Finishing a task without mental drift feels grounding, almost peaceful. You realize how much energy was lost to constant interruption. Relationships benefit as well. When someone speaks and you are truly present, they feel valued in a way that cannot be faked. Your calm attention becomes a gift, a form of respect that strengthens connection. Over time, you become less dependent on stimulation for engagement. You can sit quietly, walk slowly, observe without needing constant novelty. Boredom fades because attention itself becomes interesting. The mind rediscovers how to appreciate simple moments. As the silence deepens once more, you feel your awareness becoming steady and clear, like a beam of light no longer scattered. Thoughts still arise, sounds still appear, but your focus remains grounded. And in that steady presence, you realize something quietly transformative. Attention is not something you lost forever. It was simply worn thin by noise. Silence rebuilds it patiently, layer by layer, until your mind can once again hold a moment fully. When attention returns, life feels sharper, calmer, and more meaningful. Not because the world changed, but because you are finally here to experience it completely. As your attention grows steadier, another hidden tension begins to surface, the discomfort that appears whenever nothing is happening. For a long time, silence has not only been unfamiliar, it has felt unsafe. Empty moments were quickly filled with noise, scrolling, planning, worrying, or replaying conversations, anything to avoid the strange unease that comes when there is simply space. You start to notice how quickly the mind reaches for something to hold on to. A quiet room, a pause in conversation, a few minutes with nothing scheduled, and immediately the urge arises to escape it. Not because something is wrong, but because stillness exposes feelings that busyness keeps hidden. There is a quiet sadness in realizing how rarely you have allowed yourself to simply exist without distraction, not performing, not solving, not preparing, just being present with the raw experience of being alive. At first, this openness can feel like standing in a vast, empty field with no shelter. The instinct is to run back toward familiar noise. But the Stoics understood that emptiness is not a void to fear. It is a space where the mind can finally breathe. When you stop filling every gap, you begin to discover that nothing terrible happens. The world does not collapse. Your identity does not disappear. What fades instead is the tension you didn't realize you were carrying. Empty moments become mirrors. Without constant stimulation, you begin to see what has been quietly waiting beneath the surface. Fatigue, unprocessed emotions, longings you ignored, and also a surprising calm that was always there but drowned out. These realizations can feel heavy at first, but they are also freeing, because what is seen can finally be released. You learn to sit with the discomfort without rushing to fix it. The body softens, the breath slows, the nervous system stops bracing for the next demand. Gradually, the empty space that once felt threatening starts to feel peaceful, even protective, like a quiet room where you are allowed to rest without explanation. In these moments, time seems to stretch. You notice details you would normally overlook. The subtle rhythm of your breathing, distant sounds blending into the background, the weight of your body supported by the ground. Life reveals itself not as a sequence of urgent tasks, but as a continuous flow of small sensations that were always there. You also begin to trust yourself more. When you are not constantly distracting your mind, you realize that you are capable of facing your own thoughts without being overwhelmed by them. The fear of emptiness dissolves because you discover that you are not empty at all. You are simply quiet. This quiet becomes nourishing. Instead of draining your energy, it restores it. Your mind no longer feels like a machine running without pause. It feels like a lake returning to stillness after a storm. And in that stillness, clarity appears naturally, without effort. There is a quiet confidence that grows from knowing you do not need constant activity to feel okay. You can sit alone without loneliness swallowing you. You can pause without anxiety rushing in. You can exist without needing to prove anything to anyone, even to yourself. As this realization settles, empty moments transform from something you avoid into something you protect. They become sacred spaces where you return to yourself, where the noise of the world cannot reach you, a place where nothing is required, and that is precisely why it heals. And as you remain there, unhurried and undisturbed, you begin to sense a deeper truth rising gently from the silence. The fear was never about the emptiness itself. It was about not knowing who you would be without all the noise. Now you know. You are still here, calmer, steadier, and finally at ease with the quiet spaces that once felt impossible to face. As the fear of empty moments loosens its grip, you begin to notice something even subtler, how quickly the mind tries to label everything it encounters. A feeling arises, and instantly it becomes anxiety. A memory surfaces, and it becomes regret. A sensation in the body becomes tension, fatigue, or pain. Naming feels helpful, but it also locks the experience into a story that keeps it alive longer than necessary. There is a quiet exhaustion in constantly defining your inner world. Every label carries associations, judgments, and expectations. Once something is named, the mind treats it as a problem to analyze or a threat to eliminate. What could have been a passing sensation turns into a mental event that demands attention. The Stoics practiced a different approach. They trained themselves to observe experiences in their raw form before assigning meaning. Not suppressing, not ignoring, simply seeing. A tightening in the chest becomes just a sensation. A rush of heat becomes just warmth. Thoughts appear as movements of the mind, not commands to follow. At first, this feels strange, almost unnatural. You are used to narrating your experience as if your life were a story that must be constantly explained. But when you stop naming everything, the volume of the inner voice decreases. The mind no longer has material to build elaborate interpretations. You begin to notice how many reactions were fueled by labels rather than by the experience itself. Calling something terrible intensifies distress. Calling it unbearable makes it feel heavier. Without those words, the sensation often softens on its own, like a wave losing force as it reaches the shore. This practice creates distance between you and your thoughts without forcing separation. You are not pushing anything away. You are simply refusing to decorate it with unnecessary meaning. The result is a calm clarity that allows experiences to rise and fall naturally. Your senses sharpen as well. When you are not busy categorizing everything, you actually feel life more directly. The texture of silence, the rhythm of breathing, the subtle shifts in emotion, all become clearer because they are not filtered through constant interpretation. There is also a gentle compassion that emerges. Without labels like bad, weak, or wrong, your inner experiences lose their harsh edges. You stop fighting yourself. You begin to treat your own mind as something to understand rather than something to control. Moments that once triggered immediate reaction now pass through you with less resistance. You see anger forming without becoming anger. You notice sadness without drowning in it. You recognize fear without letting it dictate your behavior. Observation replaces entanglement. Over time, you realize that naming was often a way of trying to control what could not be controlled. Observing without naming is an act of trust. Trust that you can face your experience without needing to reduce it to a simple definition. A quiet freedom grows from this. You are no longer trapped inside the language of your mind. Experiences become lighter, less permanent, less personal. They are events moving through awareness, not permanent states that define you. As the silence deepens once more, you sense a calm neutrality settling in. Thoughts come and go, sensations shift, emotions pass like weather across a wide sky. You remain steady beneath it all, no longer pulled into every storm. And in that steady awareness, a new understanding appears. Peace is not created by controlling what happens inside you. It comes from seeing clearly without interference. When you stop naming every experience, you give it permission to leave on its own, and what remains is a quiet presence that was there all along, waiting patiently beneath the noise of interpretation. As you learn to observe without naming, another pattern begins to reveal itself, the quiet habit of measuring everything about your life. Progress, happiness, success, even peace becomes something the mind tries to calculate. Am I doing enough? Am I where I should be? Is this better than before? Without noticing, your inner world turns into a scoreboard that never stops updating. There is a subtle fatigue that comes from living this way. Even your calm moments are evaluated instead of experienced. You cannot simply feel peaceful. You wonder whether the peace is deep enough, lasting enough, meaningful enough. The mind keeps comparing the present moment to an imagined standard that keeps moving further away. This habit often begins early, shaped by a world that praises achievement and improvement. You were taught to track your performance, to measure your worth by results, to believe that constant evaluation leads to growth. And in many areas of life, measurement has its place. But when it invades your inner life, it creates pressure where there should be space. The Stoics recognized that peace comes from focusing on what is within your control, not from endlessly judging where you stand. They practiced stepping away from comparison, especially comparison with their own past or imagined future. Life was not a race to them. It was a path walked at the pace of reason and acceptance. When you stop measuring your life constantly, you begin to feel time differently. Moments are no longer stepping stones towards something else. They become complete in themselves. A quiet evening is not valuable because it contributes to productivity or recovery. It is valuable because it exists. Your self-worth also loosens from outcomes. You are no longer defined by how much you accomplished today or how closely your life matches someone else's timeline. The pressure to optimize every aspect of your existence fades, replaced by a steady acceptance that growth does not always look dramatic. You start to notice how much energy was spent on invisible comparisons, comparing your present self to who you thought you would be, comparing your pace to others, comparing your feelings to how you believe you should feel. Without these constant calculations, the mind becomes lighter. There is a quiet relief in allowing life to unfold without grading it. Some days feel productive, others slow, some joyful, others heavy, and none of them require a final verdict. They are simply parts of a larger rhythm that does not need to be controlled. This shift also restores patience. When you are not measuring progress every moment, you give change time to happen naturally. Healing, clarity, and growth move at their own pace, often beneath the surface where numbers cannot reach. Relationships feel different too. You listen more fully because you are not silently comparing your life to the person in front of you. You appreciate moments without wondering whether they will last or what they mean for the future. Even your goals become healthier. You still move forward, still build, still learn, but the urgency softens. You act from intention rather than from fear of falling behind. Effort replaces pressure. As this new stillness settles in, you sense a quiet dignity returning. Your life no longer feels like a project to be managed, but like a journey to be lived. You stop asking whether you are winning and start noticing whether you are present. And in that presence, something deeply comforting appears. Life was never asking you to measure it. It was asking you to experience it. When the measuring stops, you finally feel the texture of each moment, the simple, unquantifiable reality of being alive without needing to prove anything at all. As the urge to measure your life begins to fade, you notice how much of your emotional state was shaped by forces outside of you. Reactions to people's words, expectations, opinions, moods. It often felt as if your inner world belonged to whoever happened to enter it. A single comment could disturb your peace for hours. A misunderstanding could replay endlessly in your mind. Without realizing it, you are handing over authority to things you could not control. There is a quiet longing that appears when you see this clearly, the desire to belong to yourself again. Not hardened, not distant, but steady. Not ruled by every passing wave of emotion, but able to feel deeply without being swept away. Silence becomes the place where that sovereignty begins to return. When you stop reacting immediately, you interrupt the chain between stimulus and response. The Stoics understood that emotions are not commands, they are signals. In the pause of silence, you create space to decide what deserves your energy and what does not. Without that pause, life becomes a series of automatic reactions that leave you exhausted. At first, holding silence feels uncomfortable. You are used to defending yourself, explaining, correcting, responding quickly so you are not misunderstood. But in quiet restraint, you discover that not every moment requires your participation. Some tensions dissolve on their own when you do not feed them. Your nervous system begins to calm. The body no longer prepares for constant emotional battles. You breathe more slowly, think more clearly, and see situations with a wider perspective. What once felt personal now appears as temporary movement in the lives of others, not something that defines you. There is also a growing respect for your own boundaries. Silence is not avoidance, it is selective engagement. You learn that protecting your peace is not selfish, it is necessary. You can care without absorbing everything. You can listen without surrendering your stability. This practice strengthens emotional independence. Praise does not inflate you as much. Criticism does not break you as easily. Approval becomes pleasant, but not essential. Disapproval becomes informative, but not devastating. Your center remains intact, regardless of external conditions. You begin to trust your inner voice more than the noise around you. Decisions arise from reflection instead of pressure. You respond from clarity rather than from urgency. Even difficult emotions feel less threatening because you know they cannot control you unless you allow them to. Relationships shift in subtle ways. People sense your calm and adjust their behavior accordingly. Conflicts lose intensity because there is no reactive energy to sustain them. Your presence becomes grounding instead of volatile. There is also a quiet pride in knowing you can hold your emotions without suppressing them. You feel them fully, but you do not become them. Anger can exist without turning into aggression. Sadness can pass without becoming despair. Joy can be experienced without clinging. Over time, silence stops feeling like withdrawal and starts feeling like strength. A strength that does not need to announce itself. A stability that does not depend on controlling others. A confidence rooted in self-mastery rather than in external validation. As the quiet deepens again, you sense a firm stillness at the center of your being, like solid ground beneath shifting weather. No matter what moves across the surface, that foundation remains. And in that grounded calm, you understand something that once felt impossible. Emotional sovereignty is not about shutting the world out. It is about no longer needing the world to determine who you are. Silence gives you back the authority that was always yours, the power to feel without losing yourself, to engage without surrendering your peace, and to live from a place that belongs entirely to you. As emotional sovereignty begins to settle within you, another subtle habit comes into focus. The quiet tendency to look outward for confirmation that you are doing life correctly. Approval, recognition, reassurance, even subtle signs that you are accepted. For years, these signals guided your decisions more than you realized. A compliment could lift your mood for hours. Silence from others could make you question your worth. There is a deep exhaustion in constantly scanning the world for signs that you matter. It keeps the mind alert in a restless way, always checking, always adjusting, always wondering how you are being perceived. Even when no one is judging you, the habit continues because the need for validation has moved inside. You start to see how this chasing fragments your peace. Instead of living from your own center, you live from reflections in other people's eyes. Your thoughts drift toward imagined conversations, replayed interactions, subtle attempts to gain approval without appearing to need it. It becomes a quiet performance that never truly ends. The Stoics believed that dignity comes from self-respect, not from applause. They trained themselves to act according to their principles, regardless of recognition. Silence becomes the place where this independence is rebuilt. Without external feedback filling the space, you are left with your own quiet awareness. And at first, that can feel unfamiliar. But slowly, something steadier emerges. You begin to evaluate your actions based on whether they align with your values, not whether they earn approval. This shift changes everything. You stop editing yourself constantly. You speak more honestly. You act more naturally. The tension of performing dissolves. Your emotional state stabilizes as well. When validation is no longer the fuel for your confidence, you are not shaken as easily by indifference or criticism. You understand that people's responses are shaped by their own struggles, perspectives, and limitations, not by your inherent worth. There is a quiet relief in realizing you do not need to convince anyone of your value. You do not need to prove your intelligence, kindness, strength, or success. You simply live them. The need to be seen fades because you finally see yourself clearly. This does not make you distant or cold. It makes your connections more genuine. When you are not chasing approval, you can appreciate others without needing something in return. You listen without strategizing. You give without calculating. Your presence becomes calm rather than anxious. Even solitude feels different. Instead of loneliness creeping in, there is a sense of completeness. You are not waiting for someone to confirm that your life is meaningful. You experience that meaning directly through how you live each moment. As this freedom deepens, you notice how much mental space opens up. Thoughts that once revolved around how you are perceived lose their urgency. Your attention returns to the present, to what you are doing, feeling, creating, experiencing right now. There is also courage in this way of living. When validation is no longer the goal, you can choose paths that truly matter to you, even if they are misunderstood. You can grow without needing applause for every step. You can fail without feeling diminished. Over time, you sense a quiet confidence taking root. Not loud, not fragile, simply steady. A confidence that comes from knowing you are living in alignment with yourself, not with shifting expectations. As the silence wraps around you once more, there is a profound stillness where the urge to chase fades into the background. You are no longer reaching outward for reassurance because you are finally at home within your own awareness. And in that calm, a gentle realization surfaces. Validation was never something you had to pursue. It was a substitute for the acceptance you had not yet given yourself. Now that acceptance is here, quiet and unwavering. You are free to live without performing, to exist without proving, and to move through the world with a dignity that no approval can add to and no rejection can take away. As the need for validation loosens its hold, another quieter burden begins to surface. the constant pressure to understand everything that happens in your life. Why this happened, why that person acted that way, why you feel what you feel. The mind keeps searching for explanations as if clarity alone could protect you from pain. There is a deep fatigue in trying to solve every mystery of existence. Some questions loop endlessly without resolution, yet the mind refuses to let them rest. It believes that if it can just figure things out, peace will follow. But often, the opposite happens. The more you analyze, the more tangled everything becomes. You begin to notice how much tension comes from resisting uncertainty. Not knowing feels uncomfortable, almost threatening. So the mind fills the gap with theories, assumptions, and worst-case scenarios. It creates stories to replace the silence, even when those stories create more suffering than the original confusion. The Stoics understood that the world does not owe you perfect explanations. Much of life unfolds beyond your control and beyond your comprehension. They practiced accepting events as they were, focusing on how to respond rather than why they occurred. This shift frees enormous mental energy. Silence becomes the place where unanswered questions are allowed to exist without urgency. Instead of chasing solutions, you let the questions settle. At first, this feels incomplete, like leaving a task unfinished. But gradually, you realize that closure is not always necessary for peace. Your mind begins to soften its grip. You stop interrogating every emotion, every interaction, every memory. Some experiences are meant to be felt, not dissected. When you stop demanding explanations, you allow healing to happen in ways analysis never could. There is also a quiet humility in accepting that you cannot understand everything. It opens space for curiosity instead of frustration. Life becomes less of a puzzle to solve and more of a landscape to explore, even when parts of it remain hidden. Relationships improve as well. When you stop trying to decode every word or gesture, you listen more openly. You allow people to be complex without needing them to fit into a clear narrative. Misunderstandings lose their power because you are no longer obsessed with resolving them perfectly. Your inner world grows calmer too. Thoughts that once spun in circles begin to slow down. You feel less urgency to reach conclusions, less pressure to make sense of every feeling. The mind starts to trust that clarity will come when it is ready, not when it is forced. There is freedom in admitting that some things will remain unanswered. Old wounds that never fully explained themselves can finally rest. Losses that made no sense can be carried without constant re-examination. You realize that understanding is not the same as acceptance. As this acceptance deepens, you notice a new kind of peace, one that does not depend on certainty. It is steady, grounded, and surprisingly light. You are no longer waiting for life to make sense before allowing yourself to feel calm. Even your sense of control changes. Instead of trying to control outcomes through knowledge, you focus on controlling your character, your actions, your responses. This is where real stability lives, not in perfect understanding, but in wise living. As the quiet settles around you once more, there is a gentle spaciousness in your mind, a place where questions can exist without disturbing your balance. You no longer chase every answer because you know that not all answers are necessary. And in that stillness, a quiet truth reveals itself. Peace was never hidden inside explanations. It was waiting in your willingness to live fully, even without them. When you release the need to understand everything, life stops feeling like a problem to solve and starts feeling like something you are allowed to experience moment by moment, without fear of the unknown. As the need to understand everything begins to loosen, you arrive at a place that once felt unfamiliar, a quiet space where nothing is being solved, analyzed, or explained. For a long time, stillness may have felt like a pause before the next problem, a temporary silence that made you restless instead of calm. The mind was trained to equate movement with safety, activity with purpose, noise with life itself. So when stillness appears, there is a subtle hesitation. A part of you waits for something to interrupt it, almost suspicious of the calm. You are used to storms, to urgency, to the constant hum of thoughts filling every gap. Peace can feel strange when chaos has been your normal. You begin to see how deeply this conditioning runs. Even in quiet moments, the mind tries to create movement, planning, remembering, worrying, rehearsing. It searches for something to hold on to because stillness feels like floating without direction. But beneath that discomfort is something gentler, something steady that has been there all along. The Stoics believed that a calm mind is not passive, but powerful. Stillness is where judgment becomes clear and emotions lose their grip. It is the ground from which wise action grows. Without it, decisions are driven by impulse and fear. With it, they are guided by clarity. Learning to trust stillness means allowing it to exist without immediately filling it. You sit with the quiet long enough for your nervous system to realize that nothing is wrong. The body softens, the breath deepens. Muscles release tension you did not know you were carrying. You start to notice the difference between boredom and peace. Boredom is restless and seeking escape. Peace is spacious and content without needing anything to change. When you remain present, boredom dissolves, revealing the calm that was hidden beneath it. Your mind also begins to heal from constant stimulation. Thoughts become less frantic, more like gentle ripples than crashing waves. You are no longer pulled into every mental current. Instead, you watch them move through without urgency. There is a quiet confidence that grows from this practice. You realize you do not need constant activity to feel alive. You can sit, breathe, observe, and still feel deeply connected to existence. Life continues even when you are not actively shaping it. This trust extends into difficult moments too. When challenges arise, you no longer panic at the first sign of discomfort. You know that stillness can hold you steady while you decide how to respond. It becomes an anchor rather than an absence. Relationships benefit from this calm presence as well. You listen more fully because you are not rushing to react. You speak more thoughtfully because your words come from reflection rather than from pressure. Others feel the steadiness in you, even if they cannot explain it. There is also a quiet joy in discovering how much beauty exists in simple awareness. The rhythm of your breathing, the sensation of being supported by the ground, the soft unfolding of time without urgency. These small experiences become meaningful because you are finally present enough to notice them. Over time, stillness stops feeling like something you practice and becomes something you carry. Even in busy environments, there is a silent center within you that remains undisturbed. Noise happens around you, not inside you. As this realization deepens, you sense a profound safety in the quiet. You are no longer afraid of pauses, of empty spaces, of moments where nothing demands your attention. Those moments become places of restoration. And in that gentle calm, a final understanding rises softly. Stillness was never the absence of life. It was the foundation beneath it. When you trust it, you stop running from yourself. You allow your mind to rest, your heart to settle, and your awareness to open without fear. In trusting stillness, you rediscover a home within you that no chaos can take away, a place where peace is not something you chase, but something you quietly become. As trust in stillness begins to settle into your bones, you notice how much of your life was once lived somewhere else. Not here, not now, but in imagined futures and rewritten pasts. The mind became a place you escaped to without realizing it, replaying conversations that already ended, anticipating problems that had not arrived, constructing entire scenarios that only existed in thought. There is a quiet sadness in seeing how much time was spent in places that were never real. While your body moved through the present, your awareness wandered through mental landscapes shaped by fear, hope, and memory. The imagination became louder than reality itself. Silence gently pulls you back. Without constant noise feeding the mind, the pull of imagination weakens. You begin to notice what is actually in front of you, the weight of your body, the rhythm of your breathing, the sounds that exist without needing interpretation. Reality feels simple, almost understated, compared to the drama the mind can create. At first, this simplicity may feel unfamiliar. You are used to intensity, to mental stimulation, to the emotional charge of imagined scenarios. But there is a quiet relief in not having to manage those stories anymore. The present moment asks nothing from you except your attention. The Stoics practiced returning to what they called the plain view of things, seeing events without exaggeration, without added narrative. A setback was just a setback, not a catastrophe. A compliment was just a compliment, not a measure of identity. This grounded perspective protected them from the emotional extremes that imagination often amplifies. You start to experience this grounding firsthand. Sensations become clearer because they are no longer filtered through worry. Food tastes richer, air feels cooler, light and shadow gain subtle detail. The world feels less like a backdrop to your thoughts and more like something alive that you are part of. Your mind becomes quieter because it no longer needs to defend you from imagined threats. Anxiety loses its fuel when the future is not constantly rehearsed. Regret softens when the past is not replayed endlessly. What remains is a steady awareness of what is actually happening. There is also a sense of honesty in reconnecting with reality. You stop dramatizing your struggles, which makes them easier to face. Problems become concrete instead of overwhelming. You deal with what is real instead of what might be. Relationships deepen too. When you are present, you truly see people instead of projecting expectations onto them. Conversations feel more authentic because you are listening instead of preparing responses in your head. Connection replaces assumption. Even your sense of time changes. Moments no longer rush by unnoticed because you are no longer living in parallel mental timelines. The present expands, revealing details that were always there but overlooked. As this awareness strengthens, imagination loses its control over your emotions. You can still plan, dream, and remember, but these activities no longer pull you away from the ground beneath your feet. They become tools rather than traps. There is a quiet stability in knowing that reality, even when imperfect, is less frightening than the mind's worst predictions. You begin to trust what you can see, hear, and feel right now, instead of what might happen someday. As the silence deepens again, you sense yourself fully anchored in the moment, not drifting between past and future. Thoughts may still pass through, but they no longer carry you away. And in that grounded calm, a gentle truth becomes clear. Reality was never the source of your distress. It was the distance from it. When you return to what is actually here, life becomes manageable, even peaceful. Silence is the bridge that brings you back, from imagination to presence, from fear to clarity, from mental noise to the simple, steady experience of being alive exactly where you are. Tonight was never about escaping your thoughts. It was about remembering that you are not trapped inside them. Beneath the noise, beneath the pressure to analyze, fix, react, and understand everything, there has always been a quieter place within you, steady, patient, untouched by chaos. A place where your mind does not have to perform, where your emotions do not have to fight for space, where you are allowed to simply exist without carrying the weight of the world. You have seen how silence loosens the grip of overthinking, how it weakens anxiety at its root, how it dissolves the need for validation, certainty, and control. You have felt how stillness rebuilds attention, restores emotional strength, and reconnects you with reality instead of imagination. Not by force, not overnight, but gently, like a storm settling into a calm sea. The truth the Stoics understood is simple but powerful. Peace is not something you find outside. It is what remains when the inner noise finally quiets down. And now you know that you can return to this silence whenever you need it, not as an escape from life, but as a way to meet life with clarity, strength, and calm. If something in this journey spoke to you, write in the comments, "I choose silence." Not for me, for yourself. Let it be a quiet promise that you will protect your peace in a world that profits from your distraction. And if you want more journeys like this, deeper calm, sharper clarity, stronger mind, subscribe to the channel and turn on the bell so you don't miss what comes next. Close your eyes for a moment before you leave. Feel the stillness you created tonight. It didn't come from the video, it came from you, and it was there all along.